It's July 17th, and we are going to call this meeting to order. Up first, we're going to do the invocation from Pastor Steve Ferris. There you are.
Father, we thank you for your goodness and your grace. We thank you, Lord, for your blessings upon this city, upon this area, Lord. It's just a beautiful part of your artwork around the world. And Lord, today we want to just come before you asking you for wisdom. Lord, this country has a lot of turmoil. The world has a lot of turmoil. And Lord, we're just grateful that if you be for us, then who can be against us? And Lord, this morning or this afternoon, Lord, rather, I just pray and thank you for each one on this council in this city that works hard to make this a place that is not only attractive, but Lord, for our families to grow up in. And Lord, we just pray that you'll give them wisdom and protection. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Aber with the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, everyone. All right. I appreciate that there's another full house tonight. So I will entertain a motion at this time for the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I want to pull one item. Crystal and I miscommunicated, or didn't communicate, and it didn't. What she's presenting is not the answer to my question, and it is 4G. Where is it?
G, half penny?
D.
Investment
I'm sorry.
contribution.
Yes, 3D. I'd like to pull that from the agenda, and it'll be on a future agenda.
All right.
4D.
4D
And I
is,
wanna
anything
pull-
else?
I'd like
That's
to
all.
pull E, the Florida retirement system. I've already found out the answer. We don't need to discuss that, so pull that from the agenda under my name.
Okay. Okay, 6E under Councilwoman Aber.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull 3G out of the consent agenda
3G for independent
for discussion separately.
Perfect. All right, and then I would like to pull 3C for discussion. All right, anyone else? Seeing none?
I'll make a motion to approve with all those removals.
All right, do I have a second? Second. All right. Call on the vote. Yep, and Councilmember Sweetser? Oh, he's. Yeah, you got the vote in, just start smashing that confirm button. There it is. All right, ayes have it, so moved. Thank you for that. All right, up first, we will do the proclamation. This month is our Parks and Rec month, so I will run around and try to read.
Y'all come on up.
Yep, so everyone in the Park and Recs, if you please come up. And we're just going to go on this side. There's always more room on this side. All right, I enjoy all of our committees equally. However, if there's one that I have a little bit more of a heart for, I would believe it's the Parks and Recs, so I really appreciate you guys' times up here. All right, so the City of Destin proclamation, the Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an initial part of communities throughout this country, including the City of Destin, and whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our community, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of our community and region. And whereas Parks and Recs program builds healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic diseases, that's important, provided therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and improve the mental health and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase the community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, and attraction and recreation of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environment well-being of our community, and whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect water grounds, prevent flooding, improve quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetation buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. Whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the economical beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outside. Whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month. And whereas the City of Destin recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Bobby Wagner, on behalf of the City of Destin, do hereby designate the month of July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month. In the City of Destin, we call upon parks and recreation supporters to join us in recognizing the importance of our nation's parks and recreation. And up here tonight is some of our committee members that do a lot for our community. They all designate a park and they all look after it, so I thank you guys individually. Thank you guys so much.
Did you? No. I just wanted to announce that tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. we are doing the ribbon cutting on Royal Melvin Heritage Park. So all of y'all come out and be part of it with us. It's been a long time coming.
Thank you guys so much. And so for those who you don't know, that is the Harbor Park that's online now. And I think a fun fact, many of the council members have been Parks and Rec Committee before they were a council. Look at that. So it's a great one if you're trying to climb the ladder, apparently. All right, thank you guys. All right, so at this time, we will start the public comments. Just a word for that, for anything that is going to be under the public hearing. So for the construction going on for 5A, that will have its own separate time. So please do not speak on that topic. You will have your own time at that point for public comments. So with that, I'm going to start with my right and just make my way around. If you have any comments, come up, say your name, address, and you have 3 minutes. Is anyone over here? Oh, there you go.
Sandy Trammell, 3823 Indian Trail, Destin. My husband wanted us to mention that the speed humps on Mountain Drive, although he appreciates them, the one going north, the first one going north, which is right before your house.
Main Street.
Main Street. Did I say that? Indian Trail. Mountain. Okay. Is not the same with both tires. So you do this when you go over it instead of going over it this way. So it needs to be looked at that one side. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Michael Wrighton. Thank you for that. Yes, ma'am. Oh, push the button to turn it red? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Carol McIver. I'm president of the Destiny East Homeowners Association. I spoke to you all once before about our problem that we have with the Four-Prong Lake and the drainage pipe that we're asking for help with to be installed under Highway Scenic 98. And you all have the ARPA funding that's on your schedule tonight. I've spoken to Public Works and they ask us to get quotes on that. So we have the quotes and it's right at $21,000 for the installation of the piping to bore underneath Scenic 98. And I just wanted to refresh your all's memory about that when you have this ARPA funding available and for us to be considered on that. Once again, it's right at $21,000 for that. And it's to drain our lake to help when we have to pump the lake when it floods our neighborhood and Destiny West. It is to When you bore underneath 98, it will install a 10-inch pipe, and we have to pump, and we will install these pumps to these pipes. It's kind of complicated, and it's a little bit above me, but it's an engineering feat. But it's very costly for our neighborhoods. Each time we pump, it's $80,000. It costs our neighborhood $80,000 to pump that lake down so it doesn't flood our homes in our neighborhoods. And that lake takes drainage from all over, not just our neighborhood, but there was a packet given to you all that shows the drainage that's from the city, from all of the developments that have been installed. But anyway, my time's running out. I just wanted to remind you all that now that you have this funding, please include us for that.
And then
Thank
just for
you.
housekeeping, can you give me your address?
I'm at 4817 Sea Star Vista.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, up next. Yes, sir.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jim Mann. My wife Carolyn here, we're permanent residents of East Pass Tower 2. We moved here about 1.5 years ago out of Chicago, loving so much about the place, including the peace and quiet of our residents. Been a bit of a zoo at times with the situation at Noriega Point. And when I look and listen so far to the things that have been suggested there, the one thing that seemed to make the most sense to me would be to close the park and reopen it when it's ready. The dangers to everything else, it seems like it would be too great. The easiest thing would be, I don't know how much money that would cost, but I always like to be part of a proposal that doesn't cost you money. Thank you.
We appreciate that. And do you give your, oh yeah, and then the address of East Pass?
Jaman is at 110.
110.
Is, yeah, East Pass Towers at Gulf Shore Drive.
Thank you so much.
525.
Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
Still on? Okay. I'm Lee Laser, 221 Dolphin Estates Court in Destin. I have two issues of concern related to the Joe's Bayou expansion. One is the number of boat ramps that we will have. We currently have 3, and I may be incorrect, but I think there are 2 that are proposed for the expansion. There's a lot of parking included, which is a very good thing. But if it is 2, I think we're creating a congestive mess for boat traffic flowing in and out of Joe's Bayou. So I'd like that to be addressed by the city council. And the other topic is there is a memorial there for Rusty Robinette that it looks like it may need to be moved with some of the building plans that go on there. I don't know if anyone's aware of that memorial or not. It's been up maybe 2 or 3 years now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some people call me an expert. X is a has-been, and a spurt's a short brief of energy that falls harmlessly to the ground. Captain Gary Jarvis, 804 Mars Street. Council members, mayor, city manager, you saw my emails over the weekend. I asked that the council and the mayor continue to make the city center project a major priority for our city. It already is, but to continue that. I'll let Councilman Schmidt give his brief and updates later in the meeting. I've got to go fishing at 4 a.m., so I'm going to miss that, Mr. Schmidt. Our group and many more in this community will give you all the encouragement and networking and skillful professional people to help work with you to make such a project and such an idea go from vision to reality. And I'm really looking forward to it. I have a lot of passion about this, and the people that we're putting together have that same passion because they live here too. They have children, they have grandchildren. Some are retired. Some of them are failing at retirement, like myself. But and some are entrepreneurs and businessmen that have just started their life, making their life here in Destin. So I just want to encourage you as this discussion goes farther that you think big and at some point going to have to act big. Lastly, and I think Councilmember Destin is going to speak to it. There's been a proposal for a speed limit for boats in the entire northern Gulf and most of the Florida West Coast. I want to let you know that prior to Mr. Destin talking, that every major charter for hire organization, whether it's local fleets or statewide and Gulf-wide organizations, and most of all the commercial fishermen organizations have all spoke out vehemently against such a proposal. Not only is it unreasonable, but it would create chaos economically for small mom and pop business owners across the Gulf of Mexico. And more importantly for us, in the argument that you may want to consider weighing in on this with the federal government, is there's been no evidence of boats killing rice whales. We have never had any come up on the beach. I've been doing it for 44 years, and I spent a lot of time out in that area, and I've never seen one. So I agree they're endangered, but to do something like this is totally against common sense. So as you guys weigh in on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, anyone on my left side? Anyone else? Public comments? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Drew Mitchell. I live at 110 Gulf Shore Drive, Unit 427 in East Pass Towers. I was here last September to address the council on the Noriega Point Park issue that we were having. As you'll recall, we had real problems with public urination, defecation, and all sorts of things going on at all hours of the night. And so I'm here back 10 months later. I know Kim's happy to see me, because I've made life miserable for her. But nothing has changed out there, except it's worse. And what I was told by city staff last fall, that this was going to be fixed. And here it is, July of 2023, and we were told that the road construction to extend Gulf Shore Drive was going to be imminent. Imminent to me means imminent. There is no road there. My understanding is there's some infrastructure with sewer and water going in, but it's not there yet. It's my understanding that the developer has 9 months to put this in. He better build fast, or he's going to miss the opportunity. But what we were led to believe was that the road was going to go in, and then the construction of the park amenities was going to ensue immediately after. We were surprised that there was a marina that's being constructed there now that was never discussed, at least to us. Our residents, as best I can tell, I sit on the homeowner association board there, was never informed that a marina was proposed there. No notifications. In most cities, I'm accustomed to getting a zoning change or a notification or a major development order. Nobody in our residents I can recall has gotten one. I know that I didn't. What I have heard, and this is unofficial, I'm sorry, like the U.S. government, I can't name my sources, but there was discussion about the placement to resolve the urination issue and the defecation issue was to place porta potties in the right-of-way on Gulf Shore Drive for your tourist that you're encouraging to come to Noriega Point. And I can tell you that that is not a solution that will be satisfactory to the residents out there. Number one, right-of-way, in my opinion, is for egress and ingress. I've never seen a law where it says that porta potties are an appropriate use of right-of-way. If this is considered, I hope you'll consider that, because while it's not in your front yard, it's darn sure going to be in ours. At this point, I'm not here to ask anything other than, if you're not familiar with what's going on at Noriega Point, please get involved. I know that the fence that's been up there is now blocking access to East Pass 1 in an emergency situation. And it's simply a mess out there. In my opinion, what would be best for the developer, because I have no problems with the marina nor his development. I'm happy that it's coming in. Y'all should do the right thing and close your park until it's ready to be opened and have a big grand opening and celebrate it. But until then, you can get rid of all the problems of no trash collection, sewage, public urination, drug deals and everything else that's going on out there by simply closing it. It makes good common sense. And if this is where the discussion goes, we'll be back to talk to you guys about this, but I'm telling you and encouraging you to get involved and learn what's going on out there because it's a problem. It's gotten worse. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
1 second, sir. On your discussion about Norrego Point, it's still in the works for the park. I see what you're saying, but if it were to be closed, it's how would we stop the boat traffic? Because that's where the majority of it's coming in there from, correct?
Yeah. Councilman
No,
Sweetser.
I'm asking.
Hey, Councilman
I'm asking
Sweetser.
you because you live there.
We can't, we're not going to be doing this.
Okay.
Yep. Yes, sir. No, we're going to keep pushing.
Yeah, you guys are only going to give me 3 minutes. I have to be brief. Parker Destin, 730 Kelly Street. I'm here tonight as a longtime supporter of the Emerald Coast Fitness Foundation and as a former council member who fought to get more pickleball courts in Destin. So I'm going to speak briefly on 4B, which is the pickleball matrix. You're going to have a myriad of options to pick from tonight. I strongly encourage you to go with the option that goes with placing the pickleball courts over at the Aquatic Center. I believe that it is going to be the way that gets us the most courts in the most timely manner and in the most cost-effective way. I encourage you to consider that as your main priority. I appreciate your consideration, and that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Christine Speck. I live at 110 Gulf Shore Drive, Unit 421. I'm also here to please ask if y'all can close the park until all this is completed. I don't sleep well, so I'm up later on the night. I have insomnia. I see young kids hanging out there. I see them drinking. I see them doing whatever they're doing out there, playing their music on. Yes, they urinating out there. After they get tired, they walk down to East Pass Tower 2. They jump into the hot tub. I've called the sheriff's department before. They're swimming in our pool. I don't know if there could be somehow where the gate goes further into the rocks. Something different to give us a little more peace. When you say something to them, the first thing they tell you, oh, you're another Karen. No, I pay a lot to live where I live. I don't care to see all these kids coming into my pool, into my hot tub. The traffic down the street is crazy. Something, whether maybe a shuttle, signs being set, we're gonna shuttle you from Winn-Dixie to the park. Something different has to be done because we can't get into our building without going around and hoping you're not going to hit someone or run over someone else when they're trying to pass. So we don't have a lot of sheriff patrolling that area as what we need at this point. There was another point, but I can't think of it. But mainly is it would be nice just to close it. I am also excited to see the boat marina and the new condos and everything going on there. But the way it's being done right now, it's not working for the people that live in the very end of Norrego, and also the porta potties. If they're gonna be porta potties put there, if they could really put them to the back, if that is gonna happen, so they're not in the front when we come out of our residence and see them there, because that's just gonna be more chaos right there. So if y'all can just please consider the people that live at the end of Norrego.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Laurie Sanders, 110 Gulf Shore Drive. I would like to also add about the development at the end of Gulf Shore Drive and the amount of traffic, trash, all of the issues and problems that we have. I don't see anything being done about it. I live there as a full-time resident, and to even fight the traffic to be able to get into my main entrance, they go down the road and then you go to turn, and there's supposed to be no parking. There's cars parked there. They slow down, they load, they unload, they sit in their beach chairs by the path to the park. There's trash that's overflowing by the cars that park there. Constant flow of traffic down Gulf Shore Drive. I see a dumpster when I pull into my main entrance. I do not want to see porta potties at my main entrance. And I would hope that something could be done about it. I would suggest that maybe the Park and Rec put a gate to the entrance to the path to the park that could be locked at night. The park is supposed to be closed from sundown to sunup, and if you could simply put a gate on the fence to the path to Noriega Park, maybe that would help with some of the issues and problems that we have. Maybe Park and Rec could lock it and unlock it, and that would prevent the evening problems that we have. We now have fireworks twice a week instead of just on Thursdays. They're now Mondays. I know it's not the city of Destin that puts on the fireworks, but the number of people that go out there at nighttime to watch the fireworks, it's even suggested that you go there to watch the fireworks from Noriega Point. It's the best place to see the fireworks from that. There's not any parking for it down Gulf Shore Drive, and it's the urination and all that you see with the fireworks. It's just a real issue and a real problem. And with me living there full time, I just wish that you guys could do something about it. And lastly, please, before I die, I would love to see pickleball courts in Destin. I'm tired of driving to Fort Walton Beach for it. And they have wonderful ones over there. I would hope that Destin, that you do something soon before I die. It's been taking you forever. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're trying.
All right. Seeing none? Bring the best for last.
I almost said Bruce. Marcy Bell, 3 Gulf Breeze Court. Okay, so I'm going to try to make this short because I have a list, but I have to tell you that I support all the people who've come up and spoken before me. You guys have heard me talk about the toilets and the problems that we have at the end of Gulf Shore Drive. Now they're coming on my street and using the construction potty that's at the end of my street because they can see it when they drive by. They have continued to do that. That has not stopped. There's a lot of people in this room that don't know about my emails because I send them to you guys, so let's just take that into consideration. I'll get back to that at the end. Fireworks, glad somebody mentioned it. They're an environmental hazard. As the founder of the Destin Sea Turtle Alliance, the amount of garbage that's going into the East Pass, where we have wildlife, you guys, we have boats that take people out to see the dolphins. Why are we poisoning their environment with fireworks? Not once, but twice a week. If you count it, I think it's about 30 times a year. 30 times a year, if that's once a week, that's more than 50% of a year that we have fireworks going off. Code compliance, I am happy to report to every one of you that I am very happy with code compliance. I've received a lot of good feedback from them. I also made a commitment to Director Troy Williams that I will support him in all the funding that he needs to make that department work correctly. So I'm going to ask every single one of you to help us do that. Because if we don't have a great code compliance department, our city is going to fall apart. Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office, I'm happy to report that I've had reports with those guys, and I have had excellent response, and I want to let you guys know that. There's people who like to talk bad. I like to try to do good, too, because I talk a lot of bad also. I saw on the agenda amendment to allow RV parks as a conditional use in the TCMU. The reason I want to speak to that is because I want to warn everybody who is a Destin citizen who doesn't want an RV park here. Take a look at the story that came out of Navarre Beach. They didn't want an RV park, and now they're going to get condominiums, probably the size of Portofino out in Pensacola Beach. So if you don't want an RV park, you think about what else can go into that property if you are concerned about infrastructure and how it weighs on our city, and who has to pay for that eventually. Back to the restrooms. There were several people who spoke before me. While I support everything that they've said, there's one thing that we have a disagreement on. I believe that we should have public portable restrooms in the city right-of-way. I do not believe that our ordinance says that we can't do that as a city. I think that the ordinance, if I recall correctly, speaks to private properties having them without construction. Yes, I'll be done in just a second, thank you. But I wanted to make sure that we had a note from me that I would like to see them placed in the right-of-way and they can be enclosed. So, thank you. Boy.
Man, Andy, I like that. Dang.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Yes, sir.
Brian Otto, 3826 Indian Trail. Try to be quick. I got a couple things here. The bikes from the meeting, the bikes. It's pedestrians, it's the drivers, it's the boats, it's the business owners, it's everyone. The design is bad, guys, right? Like, if you're trying to ride a bike and you're trying to be safe, you can't. You'll get in a car accident trying to figure out what you're supposed to do. The 4 northern arteries, each of them have a different road, sidewalk, pathway combination. So it's everyone's fault, it's the design. So as we go through those, just try to fix the design. Make it, honestly, if you want an opinion, make it so I can get from Indian Trail to the harbor safely, right? We'll go down there, we'll eat, we'll do stuff. We won't drive down there, that's craziness. But we will bike down there if we can get there safely, right? That's the idea, right? Get to Crystal Beach safely, get the Indian Trail safely, get everywhere safely, right? We have to figure that out. The design is bad, it's no one's fault. Okay, that's on that. Budget workshop, first of all, Crystal, amazing job. That is awesome what you guys do there. She does a wonderful job. Most of the times I listen to budget meetings, can't understand that. Your guys' are clear. I like that. Part-time employees, right? Same thing, right? Let's get their benefits, right? Let's not stop wherever we're going to stop. Let's get the part-time employees also, right? That's an amazing thing that we could do if we could do that. Last thing, Calhoun Park. $69 million we're going to spend this year, right? Something like that. Can we get the plywood removed? Can we get a slide? Can we get something? Kevin, I know you bring it up every few months. I know I love hearing it, but come on, we got to do something at Calhoun Park. At least a sign that says we're fixing the park would help, or something. I think we actually put a sign there recently, but not pointing this out just because you said something, but I love the speed tables on Main. I know. I just don't want to get up here and act like I'm just making a point. Maybe they're out of kilter. My car's wobbly anyways. But yeah, more speed bumps, or tables, whatever gets people to drive around this town safely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Steve Youngblood, 485 Gulf Shore Drive. And I'll apologize now if I misspoken, but what I'm hearing about porta potties, well, porta potties are a temporary fix for construction or things of that nature. If you're going to look at a permanent fix, maybe some permanent facilities to facilitate Noriega Park, which I think is a great idea, but it does take time and money. But as far as facilitating a permanent porta potty for one of our neighborhoods of a beautiful community, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't work right. You'll have kids tipping them over. You'll have kids doing all kinds of strange things. So I highly suggest we don't do portable things unless it's for a portable time during the construction. Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think anybody's putting orange porta potties. We have not suggested that or have said that. I just want to let you know that that has not been anything, an orange porta potty. There's been some discussion on some potties, but we have not. So I just want to let you know. But, yeah. Now, the construction might be bringing something in the future, but not.
Thank you, Kevin. All right. Anyone else? Public comments? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Connie Harrison, 200 Gulf Shore Drive. I think the majority of the 5 high-rise condos at the end of Gulf Shore take the brunt of all the problems down there. The trash, the people urinating, all the problems. You look across the berm of the parking area all along there, along the marina, there's just trash everywhere. And my maintenance men have to go out there and pick it up. The wind blows, it's all over the place. You don't pick up trash as often as you should. I know you're making money off those parking meters, so You could give the 5 condos money for having to pick up all the trash would be nice. Our maintenance men have to go out there and do it all the time. Also, walk my dog in the mornings. I've probably seen at least 5 people passed out in cars out there. I've got to call the sheriff. So when the park does go in, who's monitoring it? Because there's not many sheriffs out there, hardly at all. 4th of July, no sheriffs. We have people parking everywhere. And now that you took away the parking spots down at the end, they park up in our grass, they park up in our exits. The Ultimate had somebody parked in their exit the other day. They called code compliance and he wouldn't give them a ticket. They finally talked him into giving them a ticket because they're like, they're just going to keep doing it. You know, they think they could just pull in there and unload, and then they're like, well, nobody's doing anything, we'll just stay. So they park in our exits, they park in our grass because there's not enough parking spots. But like I said, the trash, the poop and the pee, getting to be a little much.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Suzette McKenzie. I'm also at 200 Gulf Shore Drive, and we were having issues with the urination, the defecation, and the parking issues. Just adding to that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, anyone else? Seeing none, I will close the public comments at this time, and we will go to the consent agenda minus C and G. Is that right, Councilmember Schmidt?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, motion is second. I'll call the vote. Okay. Guile. Confirm. Yeah.
Yay, Ray, thank you. There you go, Corey.
All right, ayes have it, so moved. All right, I wanted to, obviously, as most people, if you guys don't know, we're not allowed to talk behind closed doors, so we have to do it in front of the public. So I just wanted to get everyone's reading on, I guess, what we were talking about with the four-prong lake. If there's anything that, is that something that we want to look at discussing and further going into it? I know Public Works and Safety is going to be tomorrow, so I don't want to go against the protocol, but I didn't know if there's anything that we're not hearing or seeing from this project, and just wanted to get everyone a chance to hear their thoughts on that. Yeah.
I figured it's something that needs to go to Public Works. They know where our money's going to be spent. We'll take your recommendations. It sounds like it's something that's feasible that we should help with, especially if it's an $80,000 cost and we can fix it for, $21,000. So we'll look forward to the report coming back after the committees that handle that stuff and make the decisions to help us make the right decisions comes back. So, thank you.
Oh, no, go ahead, Dewey. I'm sorry. Make a different motion.
So I got Councilman King.
Oh.
Yeah, I just was going to ask, how does the, and you may have said this when you spoke earlier, but how does the pipe being bored under Old 98, how does that affect the cost of your pump out every year? You may want to come to the mic. Or every twice a year, however that is. How does that affect your cost? Because y'all are still going to be responsible for pumping it. If we put the pipe in, how does that affect you guys?
That's correct. When we have to, if we don't have that boring and the pipe underneath 98, we have to install all of these tubes and pipings and sandbags, and it's a hazard for the public, and it goes across 98. It goes up and over 98, and we have to block off all of that, and it's a major expense. And if we have that, we can attach to each end. We can attach machinery to each end of that, and it simplifies it, and it cuts the cost a great deal.
Thank you so
Great.
much.
Thank you,
Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, I do recall when you came here previously, and unfortunately, I don't recall what was the result of that. Did we say we were doing something when she came last time? Was there something we were supposed to do or follow up on, or? I can't.
Yes, sir. I reached out to Gator Boring and got a quote from them to
Okay.
do about 225 feet of horizontal directional boring. And I passed that along to Curtis Smith, who's a member of the Public Works and Safety Committee and has been working on this project for some time.
Is that a similar, like same quote or
It is.
different?
It
Oh,
is.
okay.
It
that's
is
what
the
you're
same
talking
quote.
about.
I
So-
have a copy of
And
it.
just for clarification, Counselor Schmidt, the quote that Ms. Saber referenced a moment ago, 81,000, that's actually 3 quotes in one. One is for 8-inch, one is for 10-inch, one is for 12-inch. They just lumped them all together.
Mr. Burgess, I was talking about the cost to the residents at 80,000 every time they have to pump it out. Is that what you said earlier?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's just a
I was
coincidence.
talking about their cost. We can offset that by putting in that piping under the street so that then they can then set it up from end to end at 21,000 if we put that in for them. Am I correct on that?
That's correct. It will save us a great deal of money.
That was my mistake. It's just coincidental that they were both $80,000.
I was like, wait a minute, no, that's their cost.
yeah.
Thank you.
Is any of the state project, are any state projects, state roads, calls of any of the, do they use that, or is it all City of Destin's developments that we've approved?
Combination.
Hey,
You guys out on this.
We'd love to help.
Number one, I'm going to make a motion under 4H, which is where this belongs, to approve the 21,000, because we have looked at it. This is part of a bigger problem that's been ongoing. We discussed, of course, she only has 3 minutes, but when they 6-laned 98, there used to be 2 drainage systems out on the east end of Destin. Half of it went to Regatta Bay and half of it went to Four Prong Lake. They reconfigured that, and now everything goes to Four Prong Lake, which exacerbates the flooding. Yeah, not to Regatta Bay. I've talked with both Michael, I've talked with Curtis, I've talked with Representative Maney, and I've talked with Jeff about some resiliency grants to get a long-term solution. This is the short-term solution for those 2 neighborhoods. For open clarification, I have talked to the attorney because I'm one of 200, how many houses are in that?
12.
212 houses in that neighborhood. But that is, I don't have to recuse myself because it's not like it's my yard or my house or whatever. Those emo grads know, see, he's shaking his head, he knows. Yeah. But it does need a short-term fix. Right now, the lake is low, be the perfect time to put it in. And then Representative Maney getting some money from the governor and the state to help us with the resiliency grant for a long-term solution, which is a weir like they have down in Panama City. They did this to a similar lake. This is we believe, this is an old coastal dune lake that 80 years ago when they put 98 down the coast, they closed it off. And so there would be a natural outfall, but there is no natural outfall. So now we have to come back 80 years later and put an outfall there. So, but I will do that under the ARPA funding expenditure plan on 4H, not under the corrugated pipe of 3G.
All right, Councilman Sweetser?
Thank you all.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So y'all have an HOA in there, correct?
Yes, I'm the president of Destiny East.
East and then.
And then there's Destiny
Destiny by the
West.
sea.
And they suffer as well. Their neighborhood floods, their homes flood from this lake, from
Right.
the overrun.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't this typically go back to the original developer? More so
The
than-
original developer is long gone.
Turned over years ago, and it's
Jay Odom, yeah.
He's
Yeah, and I will get Kim to clarify, but once it's turned over, and this association was turned over at least 20 years ago, because I've lived there that long, the developer has no, what's the word I'm looking for? Responsibility. Well, no, when a defect has no requirement to fix any defect like that.
Typically, I think it's 70% completion, it turns over the HOA.
And the other thing, just to answer your question on the turnover of that it wasn't as prevalent until they started six-laning 98, and all that watershed became, so even if he did have an obligation, we took him to court, he would argue DOT, which is why I want the state to help us with the long-term solution.
All right,
And
thank
we're
you for that.
working on that long-term solution. We have applied for permits to install that weir, but we're waiting on several applications to be approved from the state. And that's been going on now for over a year. Our applications have been turned in over a year ago, and we're still waiting on all of the permits to be approved.
Okay.
That's not an overnight.
Thank you for clarifying that, because that's typically how it would work. I wasn't aware of that part, but that definitely clarifies it.
All right, thank you so much. And then Kevin, G.
Thank you, sir. The last meeting, we were informed that access to the emails were going to be turned off whenever Mr. Annie got his job, so I was just confirming with staff that Webb's emails, is it still active, or is it turned off and everything?
He does not have access to it.
Gotcha, so that's turned off, good. And then I see you guys provided some policy information. Thank you all for doing that. I talked to Lance today as well in our meeting, and he said that we would work on something, so I do appreciate it. I think people feel possibly strong about, although a policy itself might not be written in some of these communities, I did speak to one locally, and they did confirm that, when a terminated employee leaves, IT turns off access, and they turn in cell phones on the last day. So although a policy might not be written, I think for the safety of all of our hardware, software, and everything, I think anytime a city employee is terminated, I would hope that if you don't want to write a policy, I hope that the unwritten policy would be to not have access to our systems, be at least my hopes and thoughts moving forward. Because I know it's administrative policy and we don't have to write that, so.
All right.
That's all, yeah.
Button.
Or to leave it up to them.
Well, from my understanding, we can't have staff write an administrative policy. So we can ask, unless, we can ask for a resolution of a policy, but we can't have an administrative level policy be written based on our direction.
I think
Is
you
that
can ask
correct?
Lance to write a policy.
Yeah.
You can direct the city manager, just not staff directly.
Okay, sure, then I'll put a motion to have city manager write a policy for a termination policy for IT software.
For like immediate return of all city software, computers, cell
Well,
phones?
I figured based on the discussions, or if we get votes, that we don't need to specify exactly what the policy says, but if you need me to.
I'll second that.
Okay.
All right, with the motion and second, Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, I talked with staff about this. There's only a couple of things I'd like to see if they draft that policy. Number one, the outbriefs. If the folks are in the HR department, the policy that was presented to us, all the outbriefs went through the HR department. If the person being terminated or moving on is in the HR department, I want them outbriefed by the city manager. Not that we would have a problem with Jamie, but that if we had a bad HR director and everybody had to do their outbrief with her or them, we would never know. The second thing is, I would like some kind of exception, because we have used in the past, to my knowledge, several times, people who left us, who were in critical positions, who actually helped us out in IT areas or finance areas or whatever, that if we need them, and if you want to make it over 30 days, it's got to have council approval, but sometimes we need people because we have an underlap, not an overlap of positioning, and it would be nice if our staff, for continuity, had the ability to reach out and pull that person back in.
So, based on that though, I mean, and I guess I'll ask you, Andy, if you don't mind, is there a way to still receive help from a terminated employee without them having direct access? Like, Is there a second way that we could still say, hey, we need your help? You know, should we cut our ties completely when they're terminated?
Well, I think you can decide that at a case-by-case basis, for sure. It's software, so you can do anything you want. There is, being new here, I'm not fully familiar with the processes, but there are some procedures that exist here up on this, I guess I can't. I don't see any sensitive information here. It's just normal flow of business to what you would do to offboard someone. So we do have some procedures that are in the knowledge base, but we can also set up temporary or isolated kinds of access or segregate them to a subnet or whatever is necessary.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, Councilman Destin?
Thank you, Mayor, and I agree with the two exceptions that Mr. Bagby's suggestion, and the city manager will bring back the policy to us. And at that point, if we're not happy, we'll tweak it, but we want to get moving down that path, so I'll support the motion.
All right, fantastic. Thank you for the discussion. Calling the vote. Ayes have it, so moved. And then just for some housekeeping.
Yeah.
I got you. I was letting them get it through. All right, so I need to go back and get a motion for C, just to approve it since we pulled it from the
So
consent.
moved.
Second.
All right, calling the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved. All right, with that, city manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr.
First up,
Johnson.
we have the city attorney contract amendments for Romano Cop Law and for Anchor Smith Grimsley. We have Kyle and Kim to present.
And thanks, council, for all your time, and I think we've talked to each of you individually, so we called you, Jim. We called you. And so, I mean, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask it. Otherwise, this is what we're looking at.
I would like to make a motion in that termination or separation, that each attorney gets a $20 pay raise, period, each one versus a 40 and a 10, that their pay goes up $20 each. I'd like to make a motion to amend it to read that they each get a $20 pay increase per hour.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Further discussions, and I don't know if you guys want to weigh in as well on this, or if that would go in for negotiation?
So I'm not sure if, are you talking about from our old rate, from our current rates? So if I was at 165 to 185 and Kyle was at 135 to 155, or am I misunderstanding that?
No, that is correct. You're a 20-year board certified. The qualifications are different for both of you, but we want to give both of you a pay increase by the hour. I think a $20 each. That still keeps us within our financial budget. Am I right on that, Crystal?
It's more complex than that. We just updated the budget to expend, we dropped it down to $400,000 for legal expenditures next year. And so we'd have to back into numbers and hours and a lot of different things. I can't just.
What I was looking at, instead of a $40 and a $10, you're now doing two at $20 an hour, and then his is going to be a case by case when we bring him in for special projects, correct?
And let me just jump in, like, because I'm not sure that I'm willing to accept that offer at this time. Yeah, this contract with Anchor Smith Grimsley is 9 years old, 8 years old at least. It hasn't even kept up, even at the $40 an hour increase, it's not going to keep up with inflation from back when it was entered in. And presumably this contract would be, you know, again, subject to inflationary pressures. So that is just really catching up for inflation at the 175. And I don't know that I'd be willing to go lower than that at this point.
Well, my thoughts are, if you look at it across the 7 years that Ms. Kopp's been with the city, this basically is not even a COLA, not even matching the $30 would it be with COLA.
Certainly support Kim's contract being increased further than that, for sure.
All right, Councilmember Bagby.
Yeah, I haven't thought about what you're proposing, so I'm not sure I'm going to support it or not, but I'm okay. This is what the attorneys agreed to. So I know that's a jumping off spot. I mean, we may have some minor, part of it's not a straight, to Crystal's point, it's not a straight this increase or that increase, because right now, we pay Anchor Smith Grimsley a retainer every month. So that's not factored into that hourly rate at all. It's just a flat, so if you factor that into the hourly rate, it goes up. My concern when I read this, I had a couple of concerns, and you weren't on the call this afternoon. Hopefully Kim talked to you or Lance talked to you. Number one, all the closings that Anchor Smith Grimsley does, they are paid for that. And so when I was, I don't want to say pinging Kim about, well, what are you going to have him do? Because really she and Lance would be the ones to decide if you come on, what's he going to do? Well, he's going to do closings. Well, they already get paid for closings. They have a title company. They're already getting money for that. So what else is he going to do? Long term, I understand our big case, the fleet. Thank you. I understand, you've been a significant player in that, and she wants to retain you. And if she wants to retain you, I'm fine with that. I just want to know, and the only thing that I told her that I would probably ask the council is that we say, if you want to use Kyle, that's fine. That's your call or Lance's call. But at $5,000, you come to the council to say, hey, I really need him to help on this special project, because on the fleet case, when she educated me, and was like, well, we're already paying outside counsel. Why aren't we going to pay another outside counsel to help us? And then she talked about your institutional knowledge and how involved you'd been and y'all had reviewed. So she won me over on that one. But I would, well, I guess there's a motion in a second.
I can withdraw my motion if you want to make a substitute motion that we use Kyle as a special counsel that we approve when they're brought in. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I'll withdraw my motion and let you
Okay.
make yours.
Okay, I will make the recommended motion. If you want me to read it, Ray, I will. With the stipulation that any expenditure over $5,000 for a special, not just Kyle, you want to bring in the HR and they say, oh, this is a huge case, it's going to be more than $5,000. I want the council to be aware of that before we get the quarterly or monthly budget numbers and find out, how the heck did we just spend $40,000 on attorneys? So I will make, let me pull it up here. Ray, do you understand my amendment to the recommended motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I move to approve the proposed contract amendments with RKL and ASG as presented, with the addition that any expenditure of outside counsel by the city attorney or city manager over $5,000 be brought back to council for approval.
I'll second.
All right, so just so I'm clear, Jim, that's on a project-by-project basis? Okay.
All right, so I got a motion and a second. Councilman Destin?
Yeah, and I get where Jim's going with this, but the fact is, under our charter, only this council can hire any attorney. Even if Kim wants to go hire an outside attorney, she has to come back here, and we have to approve it, period. So it seems a little redundant what you're trying to do. I think the main thrust here is to raise Kim to a 185, and Kyle was requesting 175.
It's both 175.
Right, and I don't have a problem with either one of those numbers, having hired private attorneys who don't even talk to you unless you're over 300. I think that we're getting a pretty good deal. So, and the fact that they can't hire attorneys without this council's permission, period, under the charter. I'll offer a substitute to yours that brings this contract forward and substitutes the pay at 185 and 175. They can't hire attorneys without our approval anyway.
All right, we've got a substitute motion on the table, so.
I'll second that, but I thought we were hiring you as the outside counsel. So that, as the council, we were hiring you as the outside counsel to be directed by her or the city manager. Did I misunderstand the contracts?
We are, but all of these contracts have a 30-day termination. All of these contracts can be terminated anytime we want. And so if it's going the way that we don't like, we can end them immediately. I don't see an issue other than the real issue is whether we want to pay Kim 185 and Kyle 175, which we'll only have one attorney at these meetings now. Yeah, we're going to save money anyway. The real issue about whether we control our attorneys or not, we absolutely do.
Let me ask Kim, because we had kind of this similar conversation, and she's the one that asked me, she said, I don't mind you capping or whatever, but she didn't want to come back for every project approval that she needed Kyle to work on, which was why we were hiring him as the outside counsel. If you and Kyle are happy with this arrangement, but the way my understanding of the motion is, now before you hire him as a special counsel, you have to come back to us.
No, I think what I'm hearing is that you want to approve both contracts, keeping Kyle at 175, putting mine at 185 in Councilmember Destin's motion, and then they'd both be approved. So Kyle would be able to do work without any further council approval. I think the difference I see between Councilmember Destin and Councilmember Bagby's motions are that Councilmember Bagby is saying after $5,000 expenditure, or before $5,000 expenditures, you want to approve it. And I think Councilmember Destin is saying, we don't need to do that. If the bills get out of hand, we can fire somebody with 30 days notice. Essentially, you have control over the contracts.
So compromise between our two positions is that the $5,000 cap be applied to new work. Then I don't have a problem with that either. The things that he's involved in already, we don't need to reapprove that. And
Yeah, I mean, I think new work on a project-by-project basis, there's not going to be a whole lot of, if something's going to cost more than $5,000, this council's probably going to be aware of it anyway, but, so I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah.
And Jim, I did want to clarify on the real estate closings, you're right, I don't bill hourly, that's just, that is the agent's share of the title policy, so I don't bill on that, yep. I just want to clarify that.
Awesome. All right. Ray, do you have the motion?
Do you have that figured out at all?
May I repeat it?
Yeah.
At least try? Okay. Motion is to approve the proposed contract amendments for RKL and ASG as presented, with stipulation that any expenses over $5,000 to be applied to new work will be presented to the council for approval.
It's not as presented, it's 185 for RKL and 175 for ASG. That's the one, right.
Hourly rate to 185 and 175. And the 5,000 cap is for new litigation.
Awesome.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
before the
Jump on
vote?
in.
This rarely happens, but on occasion, one of the attorneys, usually Ms. Kopp, defends staff. And I just want to make sure that regular ongoing duties would include him being able to come up and fill this chair, assuming that she was going to defend staff or vice versa. I just want to
I think it says that in our contracts, that if I cannot attend a city council meeting, that Kyle could fill in.
Oh, good.
And unfortunately for y'all, this probably isn't the last time I'll be sitting up here. But
And I was worried you're leaving us.
You'll see me again, probably. In fact, at the next meeting, because I think we're going to call an executive session, so you'll even see me at the next meeting. But
All right, good deal. Everyone in clear? Call on the vote. You really thinking about this one? All right, ayes have it, so moved. We appreciate both of you.
Thank you.
Oh, Ray, can you cut the voting? Can you clear that? All right.
Item 4B, the council had asked staff to bring back a matrix with all the options for pickleball that have been discussed earlier. And we do have a presentation Andy's bringing up, and I believe the mayor's going to make this presentation.
I am
for us.
I'm going to serve this ball and see where it lands, right? Hopefully not in the kitchen sink. It's a pickleball reference. All right, so I've actually gone through all the minutes and read through everything, and I have a really fun, boring slide that's not on here of every time pickleball was ever mentioned at a city council meeting or at a committee. The three that are important, next slide. we started talking about this 9/5/18 was the very first time it was brought up in the minutes. We budgeted $400,000 under RC 127 in September 12th, 21. So, 2 years almost to the date, a little after 2 years. And today we have finally some options. Hopefully some of them meet that budget. So we're going to get into that. So next slide. We have 3 locations that meet the qualifications for pickleball. Most of them have partnerships. One does not. The Destin Aquatic Center is the first option that we brought to the table back in the day. I'll get into the specifics. Morgan Sports Center was the second, and then the City Annex / Dog Park was the third. The City Annex is actually a location where we had work done in the past for tennis facility. So we just basically readopted the tennis facility designs into a pickleball facility. All these designs were created by our one and only Ryan Scott. Thank you, sir. Next slide. All right, so the Destin Aquatic Center, we're going to give the $400,000 that we have set aside to Maddie Kelly Art Foundation and the Aquatic Center in conjunction to build as many courts as possible. The Emerald Coast Fitness Center will build as many as possible, guaranteed 4. We believe that we can get more than 4, but they want to make sure, and everyone knows that they're not going to go into debt with this, and that for as much as they can give us, as much as we give them, they're going to make as many courts as possible. Some positives are the site's pretty much flat and ready to go. They have the staff, they have the facility, the bathrooms are in, the front desk is there. A lot of the overcosts that you'll see in some of these other proposals, they already have it because they're an open and working facility as in. One of the main things is they would still charge, but Destin residents would get a heavy discount, but they would be operating under a cost to play. We'd come up with the specifics. The goal of this matrix is for this council to figure out what location is best and to really zero in on one. And then from there, we would come back with a final proposal, cost of estimate work, and really get down to the nitty gritty. But we wanted to make sure that you guys gave us direction on exactly what location we want to fully swing the bat at. So next slide is some of their facilities, the locker rooms, front room, and the walking pathway where the pickleball would be on that right side. The locker rooms are huge, the bathrooms are abundant, so they really have a full facility in play. I think the best pros there is basically it's ready to roll. It's a great partnership. We've been working with them in the past, and we would probably get the most courts out of this site for the $400,000 said and done. Downsides that I've heard up here is, yes, it is not our land, but I do think this is a great partnership in collaboration with ECFF. So next slide is going to be option 2. That's the Morgan Sports Center. We tried to get it under the $400,000. It's there because it was an idea in the past. Quite frankly, it's going to blow the bank however we phrase it. The very minimal option is going to give us right around $800,000+. So it is an option, but with the budget we have, I don't think it's there. After some of our discussions from the workshop, I don't think all is lost from as far as the work that Ryan has put in, as talking about adding infrastructure, potential food court areas. That far right one is our land, and that is also called Amberjack. I learned that in this process. So we have cost estimates for additional infrastructure for parking lots and potential food truck areas in the future. So hopefully, probably not good for pickleball, but infrastructure nonetheless that we have budgeted out. Next slide. The next slide is just going to be us trying to break it down to get as close to that $400,000. That would be the 4 courts, phase 1. We still have to do the parking lot regardless, and that basically is what completely breaks this budget for this option. So next slide. Final slide is going to be the Destin City Annex. So again, this is going to be what used to be considered the future tennis facility. I guess tennis is out and pickleball is in. The pros here is we own the land. There is no pipes underneath. Another downside to the second option is there's pipes that Destin Water Users operates and maintains, and between that and the power line of Florida Power and Lights, you are just juggling infrastructure below and above the ground. So good option with this one is there's no other outside entity. This is our land. No agencies have anything else to do with it. Some other pros here would be that in the future, we would love to get this parking lot up to city compliance, and that the dog park over there has also been in need of bathrooms. So this probably gives us the best city option, and I would think the best partnership option would be pickleball over at the Aquatic Center. Next slide. So this is phase one. This is what we can do to get under that $400,000. 4 courts is $177,000. That is taking a 25% contingency fee on top of what we were quoted, as well as I took the highest quote and added a 25% contingency. So all these numbers are very, very padded, and so that, you know, hopefully we could get a little bit more, but this is what we're going to be very comfortable presenting. The site work is $162. That is for everything you'll see there in that phase one, all that green. It allows us for a future bathroom location, future lighting, future covering, but this does not cover any of that. The parking is adequate as is with what we have out there, so no parking needs to be done, and that's what really makes this a viable financial under the $400,000 option. Next slide is just the estimates. So basically taking some of the estimates that we had and raising it up, all that contingency percentages, 1 court, 47, and then you get into the 177, and this is just numbers to show you where the next slide's going as far as the cost estimate of everything. So here's the numbers over numbers, giant matrix. This is what y'all asked for. Next slide. So here's the craziness. Go through line by line as far as how the expenses add up. Column I is where you're really going to find everything B to H put together, and then minus I would say the amenities and the things that aren't necessarily needed to create phase one, which is courts, and the infrastructure needed to make this happen. So there's 2 at or below our budget, the Aquatic Center or the annexation city hall or building over here. So, you know, we can look at all of them, but I think for the sake of eliminating the craziness and just really getting A or B, that's where we're at. Another pro is that the Aquatic Center, there would be no overhead cost or maintenance, or no overhead, operating cost. Lisa Firth has done the expenses, and you're basically looking at a little under $13,000 if we were to put it on our land for maintenance daily and overtime expenditures. But that is kind of where we're at. We're looking at about a $13,000 a year liability for ours if we do it as our park, and then Emerald Coast Fitness Foundation would have the staffing in place. And that's kind of where we're at, and we will just start going down the row. So first up is Councilman Guile.
Thank you. You did a beautiful job with this, by the way.
All staff.
All staff. All right, great job. I do have one question because something here, and it's been a couple months, unfortunately. If I remember right, when we were talking about the Aquatic Center, at that time, they stated that we would be responsible for maintenance. Has that changed?
Do you guys want to come up here, just so I don't want to put words in your guys' mouth? And I had a very large matrix with their PowerPoints and everyone. I was like, this is kind of a lot. So I was just trying, I might have just shaved that slide off, trying to not throw too much at you guys. But, it was on, sorry.
I'm Kathy Heapy, treasurer of the Emerald Coast Fitness Foundation. We, at the time we made our initial presentation, had asked for maybe $25,000 a year support to help defray those costs. That we weren't, married to that or anything like that. By looking at his matrix, basically because we're going to charge for people to play, we would assume the cost of the maintenance.
Yeah, and then obviously it wasn't a vote, but up here the consent was obviously a destined discount. If they're in-house in the city limits, they would be receiving a heavy discount. That's,
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
You want me to stay up here?
All right, next up is Councilman Schmidt. Want to take it first?
Yeah, I was just going to make a motion to proceed with the Destin City Annex Phase 1 option.
All right.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. We have plenty of discussion. Do you have anything else to add, discussion-wise?
Sure. I mean, I was just asking Kyle about the interlocal between foundation and things like that. I know we talked about that many months ago, and I think that was worked on and has been worked on. I have issues with giving $400,000 to a foundation without a lot more background history and coming to us, you know, with a little bit more thorough before we just hand over $500,000 to somebody. There's a lot of concerns I have about what could happen to the property, to the foundation, to the usages, and all that would be worked out, I guess, with the interlocal, but that's kind of where my first issue with giving it away. And I just still feel strongly that ownership on our land is the best for the future long-term. There's that area specifically over, I like it on Morgan's. I think, sure, I mean, the fields are there, but there's so much going on at Morgan's on a daily, weekly, monthly, I mean, all the time with soccer, football, lacrosse, I mean, always. It would be nice to have one on that side of the road and one on this side of the road, and it looks like it's, you know, and it's going to help with the dog park as well. So, and there's future growth next to it. It meets a lot of the things, and it's under the budget still that we could get it going, you know? So, yeah,
All right.
there you go.
Councilwoman Aber.
Thanks, Mayor. Good conversation there, Kevin. My question is, so what is the time frame as far as getting something like this up and running and built? Because if it's on city annex property, do we, the city, then have our folks start, you know, making those tennis courts into pickleball courts? Do we have, you know, lots of contracts that we have to put on them? I mean, are we looking at a year from now for all of things to start getting out there, to get things approved, to have someone come in and do it? That's, my thoughts are, how long is it going to take if we make it the city annex, you know, we use that property, versus we give the money to the aquatic center and they've got people that are going to build it because they're going to make money off of it, and we're going to be able to get it on and used in 6 months. That's my question is what's the time frame for whichever project we go with? Was there like an idea of what's the timing for either one?
That's gonna be hard to nail down. I'd say a year is a good estimate for the annex one, but I don't think the aquatic center will be much farther behind that because they still got to come in for permits and do all the same stuff.
So we would handle all our own permits, so we would make sure we didn't drag those out, right?
Not with the citizens here. Come on.
So we basically have the plans, everything's pretty close, so we could just start building?
Yeah,
if
and
we
the
were
tennis
this-
court plans were already done by, I believe, Tetra Tech. So it'd probably be a good idea to reach back out to them and
Okay.
just have them refresh everything.
Okay.
Since the design work's already been done.
That was my question. I
And-
didn't want to look at a 5-year plan, so that's good to know.
And from at least the quotes that we did get, all of them, while they were all a couple, you know, 20 to 30,000 off, all of them said 3 months. You know, when the site's ready and the permits are done, as far as putting the courts, drilling the holes, putting the fence up, they said they would have the courts done in 3 months. So once we get to building the courts, we're looking at 3 months, so plus permitting and everything else.
All right. Thank you.
All right, next is Councilman Bagby. Oh, Destin, or...
Go ahead.
My bad, I read that wrong. It's a next first thing, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Did I miss it, or did we talk about what the staffing costs would be to do it over next door?
Yes.
How many employees?
Right under 13, 12,
No, no,
12,700.
You can't staff a pickleball court for 13,000.
That would be maintenance and everything. We took to Fort Walton Beach that said, we're gonna treat this just like any other park, where they're gonna go in the morning, trash, blow, whatever that may be, the minimal stuff, and then at the end of the day. So they wouldn't be there. They're operating as an open court, open park, just like all the other parks in the area. So it wouldn't be a Joe's Bayou staffing. It would be I guess a Clement Taylor's Park maintenance, trash receptacle crew.
Yeah, and I would think that's probably pretty unrealistic to run that. I would think we'll need more like 3 to 4 employees to make that a pickleball center where they're as somebody actually watching what's going on. But be that as it may, and that's going to run us a couple of $100,000 a year probably. I think, as my erstwhile firstborn said, that the quickest way to get pickleball courts at the cheapest price is to go with the aquatic center. Now the question is, and Mr. Schmidt has a point there. We don't have any details, and we need those details. And so I would offer a substitute motion that directs the city staff, be it the attorney, whoever is the appropriate person, to work out those details, bring them back to us at the second meeting in August. And at that point, we make a decision. We'll know what we're buying. We'll know what can be done. I think, as you know, I don't want to repeat myself, but the quickest way to get the courts to not have the staffing issues, to have bathrooms. I think there are no bathrooms to start it with.
There's no bathrooms, phase
No
one.
covers. I mean,
There'd be bathrooms inside this building,
no, I'm
open
talking about
hours.
the new build over here.
If we were to do it here, we
We're gonna-
still allow the dog park to come in here. So it would just be during working hours, there would be facilities, but obviously
No
evening
bathrooms.
times,
There's
desirable
toilet
times, there'd be no
facilities,
bathrooms.
Whereas there are bathrooms and lockers
Correct.
over there. Anyway, I do want to know exactly what we'd get for our money. I want to give them the opportunity to work out the interlocal so that we know exactly what we're getting for that
Yeah.
money. So that's a substitute if we get a second.
All right, I got a substitute on the floor.
I'll second that.
All right, and I will note that, and we'll keep the discussion rolling. All right, now Councilman Bagby. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I see both sides. I have concerns, just, I think the same as Councilman Schmidt's concerns. We don't own the land, we don't own the courts, we don't own anything. If something happens to y'all or whatever, we just spent $400,000 and we got nothing, zero. I understand it probably, I don't think it'd be that much quicker, but the management of it, I think for 4 courts, though, I'm not sure how much management, I'm okay with we don't have tight control. You know, if we end up getting 12 courts out there, then we have a different discussion, because then we do need a manager on site or a couple of managers, to your point. But for 4 courts, you know, I can think of a lot of communities around here that have tennis courts where it's first come, first serve, and everybody seems to get along, and it's okay, you know. But again, if we're talking about 12 courts, then we have to have management. I'm probably inclined to support Councilman Schmidt's motion, but I don't think it hurts for us to come back and you tell us with your little stubby pencil, this is what we're going to charge people outside, this is what we're going to charge Destin residents, and some of the particulars, both on your side and on the staff side with their recommendation. What I don't want is, I don't want to kick this past, I would ask for the first meeting in August, but I'm going to lose that. So, you know, past the second meeting in August, we're going to make a decision. I want a dadgum decision on pickleball courts. And like I said, I'm probably more inclined to Councilman Schmidt, but I'll support the substitute motion. But on August the whatever, I want to vote, and I want to see shovels in the ground or somebody, Tetra Tech, somebody doing something. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Sweetser.
I have to feed off of Destin and Bagby. I would like to hear more as far as what you guys would be charging. I know that the feedback that I have received from residents is they don't want to go anywhere that there is a membership or a fee. They just want it to be an open park where they can go and play. So the phase 1 is what I and a lot of people have said to me that they would prefer. But again, once we have your information a little more pinned out, I would suggest what you do come back with, maybe the local fee be just as minuscule as it could possibly be, and then we move from there.
All right, Councilman Guile. Oh, King, I'm sorry. I'm
Thank you, sir.
cross-eyed today. It's one of those days.
Been waiting.
First next. What's next? First is. Yes, jump on in, sir.
Been waiting patiently. No, I was gonna make a recommendation, and this would be, I would like to hear what y'all's thoughts are, is if we can clearly there's a great need for pickleball in Destin, or we wouldn't have been talking about it for the last 10 years or however long pickleball's been a thing. Would it be possible, and I kind of lean towards Mr. Schmidt as well, although I do like the idea of the kind of plug and play of the aquatic center. What would it look like if we were gonna, would it be possible to have, if we were to cover some of the maintenance fees, would it be possible to make it to where it is free for Destin residents? Because you're still gonna get memberships. If people are willing to drive from God knows where to play pickleball, you're still gonna get the memberships. How do we go about making it to where if people want to go play pickleball and you live in Destin, that can be a carrot that we have. Because I want to get interested in it, but I don't want to buy a membership if I don't know if I'm any good at it. I probably am good at it. I just, I'm just curious. So anyway, just some ideas. Thanks.
No, that's a really good point. I like that.
And that could be part of the interlocal that's negotiated.
Yep.
All right, Councilman Guile.
I'm leaning towards Councilman Schmitz, to be honest with you, because I think it's something that we should own, something that we should control, and something that we can expand over time. As far as the construction differences, land clearing, less than 30 days to be on an equal platform from a construction standpoint. The other thing, we were talking about management. So I played a little bit of pickleball. I'm absolutely horrible. I'm sure if you guys played against me, every one of you would kill me. The pasture over there off Legion Drive demolished me. It was ridiculous. But one thing that I've learned with playing with the different groups, you all are self-governing and you all want to do the right thing and you have a strong sense of integrity when you're out there. They don't need management and they don't need, and I can understand if it gets to a certain level where they want to do competitions or they want to do, but that's something that they could provide if that's something that they wanted to get to. If we did get to 20 courts or 10 courts or 50, maybe, but I think that would be something that on our property, we could progress into that very easily. And I'm excited about it because even though I'm absolutely horrible at it, Johnny, I used to think I'd be good at it too. I honestly did. I used to play racquetball all the time and I thought, how much harder could it? Jesus Christ, it's life. And it is a killer, brother. But I'm for the annex, and I would support the annex. But again, I would support bringing information back as well.
Y'all gonna kill me with this more info thing. Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you. I don't know what I'm not opposed to doing this in August as well. Some things that I would like to as well know. Because when you're asking for nearly $500,000 from an entity, an organization, a bank, or whatever, you're going to have to fill out a 100-page document, give them your social security number, give them all sorts of things. Giving you guys money in the past for a scoreboard or for a pool thing is one thing, 10, 20 grand. $500,000 of the citizens' Destin's money is a whole different thing. Is there a separation of operations between the Fort Walton facility and the Destin facility? Is the future Niceville operation going to be potentially, are they all I want to know, are they connected? Are they disconnected? Can you take money from here and move it to there? Things like that. I'm completely interested in wanting to know that, me personally. I hope some others would like that as well. And then, the long term, I want to see financials for the past, and I want to see the projections for the future. If you want $500,000 from me, I want to know those details. Very important. I think the constituents would want to know that as well, because we're not just donating $500,000 and saying good luck. I don't think that's a good thing for us to do. I'm not against it, but I don't want to just write a check. And we gave an opportunity to do an interlocal agreement 2, 3, 4, 5 months ago, and here we are. And thank you for doing this tonight in the matrix. I'm glad it's here, but yes, I will be ready to make that decision. I'll support you, Mr. Destin, tonight, because I will have all the details once and for all, and then I would love to make that decision that night.
All right.
Sure, that's it.
Councilmember Destin. All right, Bagby.
Yeah, to Councilman Giles' point, y'all's initial presentation did have us paying an annual fee or whatever. I want to know all the fees that you can foresee when you come back. And I agree completely with Councilman Schmidt. I want to see your financials, past, your future projections of the people we're contracting with, not Fort Walton Beach and Niceville and everybody else, but this, because again, my concern is if something happens to this, then we have nothing. And that just kind of scares me, to be honest with you.
All right. What else do you want to see? All right, and we're at the substitute motion. Everyone? All right. All right, I just have it so moved. I'm gonna boil it down. We'll be hanging out with you a little
Second
bit more.
meeting in August, the details are gonna come from the foundation.
All right. Oh, okay. No, you're good. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, sir. Item 4C, back on June the 20th, council directed myself to bring back job description for an assistant city manager, and at this meeting that we're at tonight. They also had authorization for the city manager to hire an assistant city manager for a base salary not to exceed $93,948.80 annually, and to use the money from the city manager's personnel account to make that hire, contingent upon council's approval of the job description. We did work with the representative council appointed to help with this project, Councilman Destin, on this job description that is attached for your consideration tonight. And as far as I know, we were all in agreement on the final version.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor, and the city manager described the process correctly, and I will move that we approve the job description contained in our agenda tonight. And I was a little confused on the salary. I think it was capped under the designation at from 90 to 140. What we're authorizing here is the 93 that's in the budget, but I would put a cap and make that part of the motion of 120,000.
Second. All right, motion and second. Any discussions on this? Seeing none? All right, ayes have it, so moved. Thank you for that. And we are going to skip D.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Up next, we have item 4E, the FY23 Strategic Plan Status Update. Thank you, sir. We're bringing that up real quick. It's the other presentation, yeah. There you go. So real briefly, this is FY 23-28 Council Objective Status Update. Just a little history is normally we give this update after the fiscal year, but we changed our calendar to reflect evaluation potential for the city manager's office in July. So we wanted to have these stats available for the council ahead of that. The next slide, please. Critical priorities for council is right now it's offer livable wages and benefits to attract and maintain high caliber staff. We had Jamie Dittmer put in for us the fully implemented class and compensation study, including senior leader compensation adjustments. We also implemented wellness improvements. We had maintained an average quarterly voluntary turnover rate of 3.7 and an annual turnover rate of 11.3. Our performance-based merit increase currently ranged from 2 to 4% across the board. The second item under critical priorities, work with stakeholders to pursue the Destin City Center, and that is in progress. Councilman Schmidt will be reporting later, and he took the lead on meeting with the entities involved in that city center, and we'll give an update on that under his name. Next slide, please. The important priorities, undergrounding utilities, and as of 7/7, we expect the BCE and the final design from FPL in the very near future. Easements are being secured, bid documents are being prepped, and this remains in progress. Stallman US 98 pedestrian and vehicle improvements in cooperation with FDOT. As I stated at the last workshop, myself and the Community Development Director have a meeting set up with District 3 Transportation Director in August to discuss this exact location and some other pending FDOT designs for the harbor area. Sorry, mine is moving faster. No, it's 1.10. So, forward. There you go. Annexation of the unincorporated enclaves. We are still proceeding with that. The policy was adopted by council. We also have the transit trolley system. It's currently not funded, so it has not been started. The city marina, that is also not started, but is funded currently for fiscal '24 for a study. Desirable continued, 1.10, improve parking, explore options, consider parking garages, surface parking. And the update is the site improvements for the Zerby-Seibert parking lot have currently been delayed until fiscal year '24, but we will have RFQ for assistance with parking garage development being pushed out in August of this year. And 1.11, beach renourishment planning and scheduling in partnership with county and state. County currently has no renourishment plans, but they are stockpiling some funds in case we need to do that. Management objectives is the second section on our current strategic plan, and 2.1 lists that keep resources, staff, time, and money aligned with the adopted strategic plan and the adopted budget, and asks directed to reprioritize tasks and/or projects. So to measure that, we have several objectives: maintain a quarterly average employee vacancy rate of less than 15%, and I believe our current annually percentage is at 11.3 annually, and for the last quarter, 3.7, is that right? Yeah. Then B is keep fiscal expenditures within the adopted budget. Ms. Strickland has informed me that we are well within our budget, so I'm happy about that. Track and report staff time spent quarterly fulfilling public records requests. This is Ray in the clerk's office and his crew. 518 hours have been spent year to date, fiscal year to date. That's a quarter of a full-time person in 3/4 of a year, so it's a lot of hours being committed to those. Sorry for the smallness of these. We got research and track grants and other funding sources for current and future projects. This is Jeff's area as our grants, projects, and contract manager. He did research 18 different grant opportunities. He did submit, was it 12 grant applications, and he has, let me see on this, as far as receiving grant funding awards, received the vulnerability assets, is that right, pre-award?
Yeah, that's in pre-award. We
Thank you.
expect to have that documentation soon.
And update FDP vulnerability asset pre-award, beach and boardwalk operations preliminary approval, TDD BOCC advanced funding award payment and preliminary approval. Finally, we've got complete ORAC park projects at Captain Royal Melvin and Clement Taylor Park. We are at 100% on Captain Royal Melvin, and as was mentioned earlier, the ribbon cutting ceremony is tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So please attend if you can. Continuing on with the management objectives, 2.3 is present a policy recommendation for property annexation. As we discussed earlier, annexation policy was adopted by council back on May the 15th of this year. And 2.4 is develop and implement processes to improve and consistently streamline applications of ordinance codes and policies and procedures. The objectives to go along with that include complete the land development code update by 6/01/23, and we are behind on that, but we are at 70%. And by March 1st, 2023, evaluate the development order and implement ways to consistently expedite completion and increase applicant satisfaction, and these reviews were completed. So by January 1 of 23, evaluate the permitting process. Likewise, these were reviewed by the building division and updates were made. And we also will have an update in July, later this month or early next month. And finally, by January 1, evaluate the inspection process for developments and permitted projects and implement ways to consistently complete pre-phase, mid-phase, and post-phase inspections. This is something that Director Louis Zunguzzi and I have been talking about ever since he came on board, and I think we'll finally get this done if we can get this request for an additional person to help us out with those pre-inspections. Then Ryan and his team can make this thing happen. So, almost through it, so just bear with me. By the January 1, 23, evaluate the business tax receipt process and implement ways to consistently expedite completion. And FY24 renewals have been sent out for this year already in July. And by October 31, 2022, evaluate the livery vessel registration process and implement ways to consistently expedite completion and increase applicant satisfaction. And that was, a new checklist was developed and created additional need for the ability to upload additional documents through the portal. They reviewed previous discrepancies and responsibilities, addressed changes, and scheduled meetings with Intergov in July to determine if a renewal key and other improvements can be made. G, by October 31, 22, evaluate short-term rental registration process. That was completed on time. Applicants now able to upload BTR to Compass and will be required in 2024 to send pictures of sign attachments, and goals for short-term rental applicants is to be able to submit payments when they send in the application. Will be addressed with Intergov during the scheduled meetings in July. H is by December 31st, 2022, present a policy recommendation for code compliance regulations consistent with the International Property Maintenance Code. That will be included in the updated Land Development Code, and so that's in process. And I is present the updated procurement policy to council for their consideration in October, and that was completed in November of 2022. And evaluate ongoing contracts and implement improvements prior to renewing. And update for this one, it was a new contract structured with a 3-year term and a 2 one-year renewal when possible. And the existing contracts and are evaluated for possible improvements. Recent contracts evaluated, H&T Asphalt, Accentria Health Insurance Brokers, and the Sheriff's Office. And 2.5, improve communication and information sharing with council, public, and staff. We have several items. Sorry, mine skipped ahead again. Several items that we will use to measure that. It's too sensitive. Thank you. Not sure when. There we go. Apologize. Enter all new code case data into Compass before the end of each shift. That was something that wasn't occurring in the past. Andy has got his team doing that as close to 100% as we can get right now. So I really appreciate that. That came through some opportunities I had to research some information that had supposedly happened earlier in a day, and when I got there, there wasn't information there, so we came up with that goal, and Andy's making it happen, so I appreciate that. It's very important for both staff and the public to be able to find that information. B is respond to all help desk submissions within 48 hours. Currently, our average response time is 20.84 hours. We got timely submission of monthly, quarterly, and annual reports to council, primarily coming from our finance and from our code, and we're on time with that. And greater than 95% of committees members receiving initial training within 90 days of appointment. We believe Ray and his crew take care of that, and we believe we're on track there. And then greater than 90% staff participation in monthly trainings. And HR is doing a good job making sure our staff is getting that opportunity and participating in it. Finally, F, complete resident survey, obtaining a statistically significant sample, and that was completed in November of '22, and ensure that greater than 90% of public records requests are completed within 3 business days. And as of this update, 96.9% of all public records requests were fulfilled within the 3-day period. 2.6, ensure volunteer committee members complete their work plans, obtain council approval for each. And as of this update, each of the committees will review, finalize their work plans in July and submit them for council's approval in August, September 2023 timeframe. We'll also have some training by Ms. Sandy Trammell to help with that. And we'll review and update departmental key functions. We do this every year, and it was completed after the fiscal year turn in October of '22. Receive an unmodified, which means good, audit opinion for FY22, and we're happy to say that we did receive that rating. And implement council-approved harbor capacity study recommendations by established due date. That is in progress now. And establish Park Foundation to assist with acquisitions, renovations, and maintenance. This has not been started, and we plan to begin work on that in late 2023. 2.11, work with the county and state to have derelict vessels removed within 120 days of reporting. And we have staff working with Alex Fogg of the TDC, who helps coordinate with both state and federal agencies to have vessels removed, and he's really made a drastic difference in how quickly we can get rid of some of these vehicles. That's my report on that, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have. And I apologize for the dryness of it, but you only have to go through this once a year.
All right. So I think for me at least, and the main thing that we always point to would be our Section 1 adopted council objectives. So I got a couple things, but I don't really know the best way to do this, so I'm just going to let some other people talk, and I got some comments at the end. So Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you. And Lance, I think this is very important, so we'll take time. So thank you for going through it. I have some comments on this, but I'll probably have some comments on the next one, so we'll keep them separate, I guess. Is that better? I've always been a little confused on the strategic vision stuff and priorities in the vision session, so I try to just to get through as best as possible. But, I would like to see, there's things that are on here that you gave an update on that it's more informational type of stuff. The city marina, it's an item I know some of us have talked about. It's a desirable property for the council, but we hadn't even started. I think there was funding in it. Some of these things like beachfront, underground, 2-lane crosstown connectors, we all know they're important, and I guess we can keep them on there. But those are ongoing things. It doesn't require any much action from the council on a regular basis. So I just want to see some of these things more initiative to happen. And if you need something from the council, then we can do that. Couple questions on the grant stuff. When it says TDD BOCC, what does that mean? Is that an actual grant? Is that the organization?
Yeah, that's the tourist development council and the county commission.
So is that?
It's tourist funding, yeah.
Okay. So we're, isn't that, don't we just get that though? So we're celebrating the fact that we got grants, like is that, would they deny it or something, you know?
The money we get from them has to be approved, and we have
Okay.
to display that it's, we're using it in an eligible manner, so it's not like an automatic gift, but it is there if we use it, in an eligible manner.
So like when we look at FDOT grants, that's actual grants that we're submitting to a state agency
That's
or
correct.
federal agencies, and we're trying to get.
Yeah, state mostly, yes.
Okay. So like 3 of the grants and awards that we've received in fiscal year '23, 2 of the 3 came from the TDD.
So far.
So far. Well, we only have a few more months left, right? I would like to see, if we're pursuing outside of our own backyard, getting grants from other entities or organizations besides the people that are already supposed to pay us the money. They're supposed to give us the money, the TDC, that's our money. We have to get approval, so I'd like to see some more stuff on that. I thank you all for the details, I do. And I'll hold the rest of my comments until we talk about the 24 stuff to kind of keep that clear. But I just year after year, at least 2 or 3 years, some of these things continue to stay on here, but there's no change, City Marina is the one I'll give an example because bring us a feasibility study proposal, I guess, and then we can talk about it and deny it or approve it and put it on there. It's my only thought, so thank you.
Absolutely. And just on the TDD, just some history on that process. 7 to 8 years ago, we did not receive any money from them. And I took the first application to them, trying to even the playing field up with the county, and they granted us some money. And each year we've gone back, we tried to ask for a little bit more and justify it. And most of the time, they helped us out. And in addition to the regular money, they've also kicked in on bigger projects like the land acquisition, so.
But since the lawsuit, they're required to give us, since the lawsuit, it's, here's your pie. You have to come to approval, but here's your pie that you can choose from. So like, it used to be that way, I agree, but today, I personally don't want to celebrate the fact that somebody's giving us money that's already due to us, is all I'm saying.
No, I understand. I just, for the history of everything,
right.
we didn't used to get it.
Right, we didn't used to, I agree, yeah, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Abear.
I also look at all the opportunities that we have for grant sourcing, and I really feel like that, and I don't know, Jeff, how long it takes you to pursue some of these grants, but I do know there are a lot out there that sometimes we're not as aggressive or as assertive in getting these monies. And the money from the TDD and the BOCC, I think we have a lot of that money coming to us now in the last 3 or 4 years, because we have a director now that is in charge, that is running it to where it's fair for those that are bringing the money to the county. And that's why Destin's getting a lot more of this. I don't feel like we have to fight like we did 6, 7 years ago, but we're certainly getting a lot. So I would like to see a lot more grant monies coming to our city from programs that are out there that we may not be as assertive on going after, get the teeth in there and say, this is what we need, and then being a little more assertive and aggressive in getting that money to help us with more projects here in the city.
I'd say just to speak on Jeff's behalf, me and him have been having several just interviews with outside agencies, whether it's individuals or organizations that would do this. I've just been slowly going around department to department, and I definitely can emphasize at this point, we basically have them managing reimbursement grants and a lot of that. So I definitely think as we look around, it doesn't cost us a dime. We'll bring it to you when we find some good ones. But to your point, yes. And the grants we do have, he's basically a glorified accountant at the moment with a lot of the grants as well, in a good way. So I'm excited to hopefully get some additional help. Hopefully we can get it in a manner where 10% of grants can go to administrative and just those finder fees, if you will. So I'm hoping that we can come up with a good partnership with some outside agencies that nothing comes out of our pockets, but it is on commission base only. So I'm thinking that could be a really good win-win for us as we move forward. Council Member Bagby.
Yeah, I agree with what y'all say, but then it's incumbent upon us, if we don't like the metric, to change the metric. So if we want to say, we want you to apply for and receive at least one federal grant and 2 state grants, that's how you attack that. I agree. I don't count the TDD. I mean, heck, don't even get me started on that organization, okay? I think y'all all know exactly where I stand. But we should review this and then at some point say, like the land development code. When I sit down with Lance, we're not 70% done, because if we were 70% done, it would have been approved, 70% of it would have been approved by the council. 0% has been approved by the council. The staff may have, 10 chapters sitting there waiting for us to vote on, but we haven't approved a single one, and having been through that process, it won't pass the first time. I guarantee you, ever. So, we're not, but I'm not going to nitpick each one of these, because what I'm really concerned about is, are we measuring the right things? And that's what we have to, if you don't want to, or do we need to provide clarity? So I agree with the grants. We need to provide better clarity, because you researched 15 grants and you applied for 12 grants and you get at least 3 grants of, okay, well, technically we've met that because they answered the question we asked. We just asked the wrong question. And so this is where we have to do our homework on this management plan and on the strategic plan to help the staff, help identify what's really important to us and what we want them working on and what we want the manager to work on. So I look forward to Councilman Schmidt's comments on 2024, because I'll have a few too.
All right, Councilmember Guile.
I have a question for you, Jeff. And unfortunately, this is just learning experience for me. I know earlier in the year you mentioned something about a lobbyist. Would the hiring of a lobbyist help with any of these grants, or is that a different tactic altogether?
It might be possible. An outside entity might, like that at a federal level could be helpful. I'm interested in state grants as well. I'm not sure if a lobbyist would be able to identify as much state grant funding, but something that Bobby and I have looked into, and we've actually, met with some folks, talked with some folks about the possibilities of identifying more grant opportunities and maybe having them do some grant writing for us, or at least pointing us in the direction of some that they're aware of. And we've been working with Florida League of Cities as well to help identify those opportunities.
I appreciate that. Your tone starts up here and it dwindles down as we go on. But I think I got majority of that, so I appreciate you.
All right, so in the effort of not trying to nitpick, as far as the strategic goals, what are we doing? We're taking the offerable livable wages and putting it up to that's the next presentation up? Okay. So with the strategic plan then, the Crosstown Connector, the design, 100% design plans have the park in it. So I don't think we need to get super detailed, but I just wanted to reinforce that there would be a park as part of that Crosstown Connector. I know over the decades, it's been obsessed over the 4 and 2 lane, now 2 lane road, but I just wanted to reemphasize that if we could add the park in there, great. If not, I know in the 100% plans that it's there. One of the recommendations on here was 4.1, the public beach acquisition, and then potentially taking what we asked during our visioning session and adding the Harbor One, the A. I just think it doesn't fit. I think we either keep them separate and add the acquisition as a goal, or we don't. But I just wanted to comment on, I'm not a fan of fitting A inside 1.4. The annexation, I know we now have the policy, which is great, but I'm hoping that we would do more than just the enclave. So again, I don't want to get nitpicky in the words, but I want to make sure that we always address this. So I want to make sure that it is the right compass and the right heading where we're going. So for the 1.7, the annexation, I would just prefer to have it woven in the annexation policy and the plan of the phasing so that we're not kind of going off of the enclave. I'm just afraid of the enclave, or the annexation of unincorporated enclaves, which is phase 1 of potentially 3 phases. So potentially working the annexation phasing plan of unincorporated Destin. Again, just kind of some very minor things, but I think over time, to keep it isolated and to keep it clear, and hopefully to have some check marks, you know, getting the enclaves within the next 2 years or whatever that may look like. And those are just kind of the basics on that. Other than that, the trolley system, I think we get rid of the word trolley. I think that kind of puts an idea in our head where I think where we're at, and to Councilmember Schmidt's point, we haven't really addressed it in any way. It's just on there as an update. I think if we were to change that to alternative transportation, integrated transient system, EDC Rider is working on a full overhaul of their ride, trying to make it more effective when it comes to the buses. We're working on this ferry system that's now getting integrated into their study. And with LSVs, whether it's us or a alternate company, I don't think a trolley system is going to be the answer. I think it's going to be strategic partnerships through public transportation. So just again, I don't want to get fixated on words, but I think the trolley system probably has stopped us from making a lot of advancement in that side. So those are just the few that I was wanting to hopefully dwindle in a little bit more on and try to specify what it is, or maybe not point into it where it is, like the trolley system. So those are just my thoughts running through everything and kind of really just combing it over in my head. So with that, continue on, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next item is a sister item to this, and it is a recommendation for FY24 strategic plan. Thank you, Andy. And I'll just preface it by saying this is the council's plan. I put some suggestions in here because it's usually easier if I do, and council in the past has asked for recommendations. That doesn't mean that you have to accept them at all. You can modify them, delete them, or go along with them. But it's got to be your plan in the end. And it's very important to staff that we know what the council wants so that we know how to spend our energy and our resources moving forward. So real quick, I mean, here's our strategic planning process, and we're at that decision-making point in the process. Next slide, please. Just some very quick review. The way that we've set these up in the past is we prioritize all of our items into one of 3 priority levels, the critical priority being our highest level, and it's an objective that must be successfully accomplished within a specified amount of time. So keep that in mind if we're going to be honest about how we are categorizing these for the future. The second one is an important priority, which is a priority that can have significant impact on performance. The resources are fixed, and the variable is either time or the actual objective itself could change. Hope that makes sense. Finally, there's the desirable priority. This could be the sacrificial lamb of our priorities, because if it gets funded, we may divert some of the funding away from it eventually to move towards an important or critical item. So just knowing that up front, but it's a priority where both resources and times are both variables, and the organization desires an outcome but cannot absolutely commit specific resources over any specifiable time period. And like I said, the resources are fixed for all critical and important priorities. Therefore, it may become necessary to transfer resources from desirable priorities from them to the critical priorities. Next slide, please. This is the current council objectives. Next slide, please. I promise this one is not as long. Currently, we've got what we went over earlier. We've got offer livable wages, And I won't go through all these because we just did it. We also have work with stakeholders on the Destin City Center, then our current important ones. Complete the 2-lane crosstown connector. Next is Public Beach Acquisition Initiative. Next is underground utilities. Next, Stallman US 98 and vehicle improvements in cooperation with FDOT. In the desirables, we've got annexation of the unincorporated enclaves. We have transit trolley system, city marina feasibility study, and that funding was moved to 2024. I'm sorry it doesn't show that on my site. It says 202, but that was moved to 2024 several months ago. Improve parking, explore options. So we've got potential parking garages and surface parking to consider. And finally, we've got the beach renourishment, planning and scheduling in partnership with the county and the state. Next slide, please. So we got some recommendations for the fiscal year 24, which is our 5-year plan would be the 24 to 29. Next slide. Just some reminders from our last strategic planning session back in February. These were the items that were discussed and came and bubbled up to the top. So these are what we based our recommendations on. A is pursue acquisition of property north of Marlar Bridge for potential park, pedestrian improvements, marina, parking garage, amphitheater. There were a lot of options that were discussed in the city center. REC is my abbreviation for recommendation, just in case you're wondering. And we recommend to incorporate into current item 1.4. I know we've already had some discussion about that may or may not be.
Yeah, my bad.
appropriate.
I don't know why I keep getting ahead of myself
No, that's
today.
okay. But it may or may not be the appropriate place to incorporate that. I just wanted to lay some things out. B, we also had support the ferry system to move waterfront traffic from city to city. And our recommendation was to incorporate that into the current 1.8. We have provide more pickleball courts, which we already include in section 4, number 17, so we don't have to list that again. We have workforce housing. We should work, the recommendation is work with the county on options. E is expand access to the east side of Henderson Beach State Park, and our recommendation is to add that to be a new management objective, section 2. F would be build parking garages in the Harbor District and increased redefined priority of the current item 1.10. So that was reinforcing that priority continues to move up the ladder. Feasibility of a city marina in Joe's Bayou. We didn't have a recommendation, but it could be incorporated into the current item 1.9 if council desired that. And lifeguards, very important in this day and age. Lifeguards to increase support and assist in securing resources. We recommend that we add that to be another new management objective so that we can work with the fire district and others to hopefully bring that to fruition. And then finally, I is elevate the current council objective 1.1 to become the 7th strategic goal. Next slide, please. So how that would work, the last one that we just covered is being shown first here because these are the council's strategic goals. Right now we have 6, but we're recommending adding a 7th as the offer livable wages and benefits to attract and maintain high caliber qualified staff. That was a highly rated item during our visioning session. Next slide, please. As far as the critical priorities go, we've got remain with work with stakeholders to pursue the Destin City Center, which is already a critical priority. We have the complete 2-lane crosstown connector, which in this is recommended is being moved up to the critical priorities. And we got underground utilities being recommended to be moved up to critical priorities. And finally, Solomon US 98 being recommended to be moved up to critical priority. The important priorities, down to 2 here, public beachfront acquisition initiative, including, and this is a recommendation, including pursuing acquisitions of property north of the Marlar Bridge for potential park, etc. That may or may not be where council wants this. We're just trying to find a place to put it in. One of the council members mentioned earlier that we may want to change it to waterfront, and that would make sense, or we can make it a standalone item if that's what council desires. And the second one is improve parking, explore options, i.e. parking garages, surface parking. So we've got that moved to important from the lowest category as a recommendation. Then we go to the desirable, annexation of incorporated enclaves, and I know there's already been discussion about expanding that definition for fiscal year '24. We got transit trolley systems, and I added in support a ferry system to move waterfront traffic city to city, and there was already some discussion about modifying that. We have City Marina, Phase 1 feasibility study. We could incorporate the study for Joe's Bayou area into this if council so desired. And we've got beach renourishment, planning and scheduling in partnership with the county remaining where it was. And next slide is just, that's my report on that, and I would love to have your input because it's, like I said, beginning on this item, this is your plan. I need to know what you guys want on it. So.
My main one would be just the annexation in general, just moving that to important. I know we had 2 high priority stickers when we did the sticker thing on there, and if we need to measure it, it would be, you know, the enclaves in the next, 18 months, I guess, by the end of next year. Just because I know we're, the community development team is going through the cost analysis, so obviously we don't want to inherit something that's going to making us run in the black or run in the red. So I don't know if we need to add that or just what that looks like, but I really see the annexation as important and not desirable as far as how you describe those terms. Anyone else?
Sure. Can I go next?
Jump on in. It's quiet up here.
Couple thoughts and then potential changes I'll throw out there, see if other council members are interested. One, I would, when I look at critical, Lance, I don't know how you guys, as I understand the definition, says an objective that must be successfully accomplished within a specified amount of time. Why do we put crosstown connector, underground utilities, kind of up there? Like, what's the thought on moving those to critical when? Are we going to stop something if it's not on the critical section, I guess would be, the first question.
Yeah, and I mean, on the undergrounding, and we're kind of have a deadline with FP&L of November to start moving some dirt,
right,
or potentially lose a substantial amount of money. So that's why on that.
Okay.
Honestly,
Crosstown would be the same way as well. I know Commissioner Ponder was pushing and asking, because he's been going to bat for us trying to hold off as we finally now have all the parcels, but that definitely was under our gun as well.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess one things I would be asking is, we've heard from people tonight about parking and things like that, and we've been talking about parking for many years. I think parking is a critical priority in the city of Destin, whether it's parking lots, parking garages, or whatever, So, why aren't we looking at that as a critical need in the city? We've talked about parking garages for many, many years, but it's just been sitting on a desirable or important priority. The only update from the last year's, as we talked about, was that we just recently delayed the Zerby Cyber project, but that wasn't, in my opinion, going to do much besides take 2 and turn it into 1. So that wasn't really helping, So I think it's critical. So I'd like to see parking be brought up to a critical priority for the council, because we're the city center, you're going to hear in a minute where we're at with that, but I also don't feel like we've done much with that in the past year and a half. So I'm fine with keeping it critical, but let's put some things on there that are not ongoing, like underground utilities and crosstown connector. So I'd like to see parking brought up. I'd like to see 1.4, like you said, Lance. I think we talked about changing it to public waterfront access initiatives. We did? I thought we did, so if we knocked it down, I'm sorry, Jim, I knocked you down back then, but I think it should be a public waterfront acquisition, and I don't think we need to specify. I will ask Crystal if specifying the harbor property, is that gonna help with potential funding issues by specifically stating that in the strategic plan and vision for the city of Destin?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
That-
well
that
then-
will be helpful.
Right, well, if it's gonna be helpful,
Break
then
it
I would,
apart.
I would recommend putting, acquiring that property as a critical priority on this, as the council, if that's gonna help with that, and we'll talk about that tonight as well. And then I would like to add as an important priority, we've talked over the year or so about recreational in the city of Destin for our current residents as well as the travel tourism type of industry. And we have recently talked about parks, and there's a lot of money that's funded currently in the budget. I talked with the parks people, and I believe it will help them, and they can, I don't think Ryan's here, but, you know, I would like to put a priority to go out and receive more of a RFQ, RFP plan for the Morgan Sports Recreation Park, rather than piecemealing $250,000, $500,000, $250,000, this, and this, which Ryan and Lisa and the staff, they've all done a fantastic job on thinking about some of these things, but as an important priority, if we're kind of already talking about in the budget, I'd like to actually list it as a priority to go and get more of a professional view on what could be done, and then they could phase it out for us, so we know where that money that's gonna go in the budget is also gonna be. So I'm trying to just stay ahead of the game for the budget that's already budgeted, which we haven't voted on. I know, Mr. Bagby, don't remind me, it could change in next month. But I'd like to put that as an important priority. That's my last comment for now.
All right, Councilman Guile.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I do want to bring up something that strategic plan that we went through, I don't feel like we accomplished a whole lot out of it, and I think part of that was because we were given little dots and said, figure out with this limited number of dots what you think should be critical, important, or whatever. I don't think that anybody should be limiting us up here as to what we feel is critical. If we feel 5 things are critical, 5 things are critical. I don't feel that, and if for some reason they can't, staff having trouble achieving that, that should be something they come to us and address with us once we identify what the criticals are. Just like Councilman Bagby said, his was knocked down from critical to a lesser state. Oh, that's not what it was? I apologize. I must have misunderstood. I heard you say we shot you down, and I apologize.
Because I wanted waterfront, but not beachfront, and y'all said no. That's fine.
Okay.
It's not the first time I've been.
No. And then I apologize, I misunderstood. I apologize. But I think one of the bigger issues that we're running into is we shouldn't be limited on what we feel is critical, important, or there shouldn't be a specified number saying you're only allowed to identify these things and we're going to culminate that. If the council feels 10 things are critical, each member feels 10 things, all 10 things should be on that list, and then we should decipher through that list at a later date to figure out how we specify priority.
It's up to you, but like I was just adding something, so you can also add some more if you'd like to, and we can do that right now.
Well, I agree with several things that we just discussed. One is the annexation policy. I think that should be moved up, even to critical if not anything else. But I think we need a plan for the annexation, and we should all have an opinion on what we should be going after with the annexation policy. One thing that I'm very disheartened about is how we set forth the community plan, but we are kind of separated with Okaloosa County's authority inside Destin through annexation, and they get to decide, even though we want more single-family dwellings, they can decide to throw hotels and multifamily wherever they want in their little areas. I think we need to pull that away from them, because I don't think they're really focusing on what our needs are. They're focusing on how much money we can generate for their needs. So there's several things that I agree with what both of you said. So I'm just going to stick with that right now.
All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Aber.
Well, I pretty much was going to say what Mr. Giles said. We need to move annexation up, and for that exact reason, because the county's making decisions on putting in more hotels when that's not really in the best interest of our city. So that's my thoughts for that.
All right, great. Any other discussions? Jump on in.
I kind of agree with what y'all are saying, but the reason, remember, we're providing direction to the staff. So when you have 10 critical priorities, and nobody suggested 10, but when you have 10, you have none. Because if everything's really important and critical, you know, you got staff who wants to help us fulfill and achieve our critical priorities. It's a prioritization, and where you draw the line really it doesn't matter, because you just prioritize what's the most important. If we only do one thing, you know, is it undergrounding the utilities, or is it annexation, or is it waterfront purchases, or what is it? Because then you give them a cascading, a tiering effect, so that directs their behavior. So I don't get wrapped around oh, well, this is a critical priority and this is important and this, you know, I just look at them 1 to 10 and I go, is that my number 1? Is that my number 2? We all agreed last year's number 1 was, after the wage study and everything, we got to pay our staff. Okay, so I would just ask you, don't get saying, oh, this has got to be critical, and this is a tool that we have used for probably 10, 15 years, but think of what's the priorities, because that's what you're communicating to the staff. What's our number 1 priority? And I would say, you know, we need to spend a little time, maybe not at this meeting, but on some of these, the management objectives, the things we tell the city manager we're going to grade him on next year. Is that what you want to grade him on? Is that what I want to grade him on, or what we want to grade him on? Because that will also direct the staff's behavior, because he's going to assign, you know, this is going to go to Public Works, and this is going to go to planning, and this is going to go, you know, all these different places. And if we haven't put some thought in that, we'll be at the same place we are this year, where, well, I don't necessarily agree with that evaluation, you know, or that feedback, because we gave poor guidance.
All right, Councilman Schmidt.
Did you say look at the management objectives and give feedback? Is that what you just said? Yeah. I don't think that's. You can. Isn't the management objectives what you take? You take the council's objectives and then you take that and create management objectives from it?
Yeah, the current eval form has me list out the council's objectives, and
Right.
then,
And then your management objectives.
and then we would
Right, so.
measure them with management.
Yeah,
objectives.
I think, Mr. Bagby, I don't necessarily agree with you because, you know, annexation, for example, it's set with staff for months and months and months until I think it finally got asked to bring it to the table. We're ready, like, bring it here. It was a priority, so it was there, right? So now we're at least 3 or 4 people have said, we want this annexation to get going. Lance is saying, we need to know what council wants. So if it stays down on the bottom of the 3rd level, based on history, it doesn't come to us unless we finally ask to bring it to us. So we can at any meeting, these are just a small little list. Number 1 priority last year was a huge one, and they did it. Jamie, team, staff, the wages was huge. It's amazing. But when you go through this list, like I said, the Crosstown Connector, it is critical, but it ain't going to be done this year. You know, underground's not this year. So I would assume the staff's time and energy is going to be spent on that, regardless if it's critical or important. But there's some things that I think they want to know, that we want to see that annexation action plan and policy sooner than later. And so I think Lance is saying we need to tell them to move it up or to keep it kind of in the middle. So I think the order is kind of important personally, but Because I'm trying to give the tools and the feedback, I guess, so, yeah, I don't know. It's just a list, I guess, right?
I would just say, yeah, it's a list. That, what I'm saying is you say, well, this is critical, we're gonna have 5 or 6 critical. Just give them 10 priorities. You don't even have to say critical, important, or desirable. And I would defer to Mr. Destin, who's been here a lot longer, but annexation has been important in this community for probably 15 years. We have talked about it.
40 years.
40 years.
The very first meeting
Okay.
in 1985, we talked about how are we going to get the county property in, and 40 years later, how much have we gotten in?
Okay.
And let me make a prediction, it's not going to be in 40 years now.
So it's important, but what's been done, though? What do you say, why hasn't it been done then?
It's legally almost impossible to force people in, and even the enclave method that we're talking about now
Right.
only goes forward if the county cooperates. They're not going to. So,
Right.
here we are.
Which is true, but until we get this chance to do these things, 20 years ago, 30, I get that. But, you know, I in the past 6 months, coincidentally, without even seeking him out, I haven't even told Mr. Wagner because we don't talk outside these meetings, but there's at least 2 subdivisions that are presidents of HOAs I've seen somewhere. We're interested in coming into the city of Destin. How do we do that?
I'm going to their HOA
And I
meeting.
said, well, let me, I guess, put you in touch with, you know, our attorney or somebody. So people are either wanting to, you know, it's out there. So I think, again, it's a priority, and it should be up there. So that's just one example, though. I'm good. Sorry.
Yep. All right, Councilman Guile, final thoughts?
I withdraw. We've already beat this one to death. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess at this point, we could be here till tomorrow trying to go one by one. Is this something where we're gonna go sit with the city manager one at a time and try to hash this out and reevaluate this? Or do we feel comfortable voting on this tonight, or what does this look like?
I would think, based on these discussions, we could have him bring kind of now what you think this council's, based on some of
Everyone,
these
like,
discussions, and then we
wanna
could vote on
share
that
their
next
number
time,
one?
or what?
I mean, at least to give them guidance, if you guys have like a 1, 2, 3, what's important to you as an individual council member, I think that would help when they go and review this. Is there anything just in particular that's, you know, must stay on the list regardless if we're gonna name it or not? I'm just saying for those who haven't spoke, if there's anything they want to, I know they go back and listen to this, so if there's anything you want to make sure that you get off your chest and hopefully on the list, this is the time to do so.
Well, I'm kind of waiting on committee findings for some things, so, I mean, I don't want to be premature and just start stating things right here, right now, and that's the final end all.
No, I don't think it is, but just making sure everyone's got a chance to say their piece before we go back and revise it again. All right, so any motion on the table?
Would council want me to incorporate what I've heard so far tonight and bring back another draft at the next meeting?
At least we'll be going on a direction tonight.
Yeah.
We've now been at this 2.5 hours.
No, not on this topic. Oh, come on, we need an espresso machine in here for you, that's your problem.
It was his idea, so I think.
Consensus? Yeah. I'll bring it back. Mr. Mayor, could you please provide me with your list again when you have time?
Oh, I will. I'll throw a whole list at you. All right. All right, so.
Item 4G, Okaloosa half-penny infrastructure surtax. And Crystal, you want to take this one? We briefly touched on it during the workshop and the need to reallocate some funds.
Yes, that's correct. So here, the Okaloosa half-penny infrastructure surtax. We started collecting this surtax in 2019. And originally, we had 75% of it allocated towards beach acquisition. And as you may recall, then we completed our agreement with the TDC to have a certain amount of the bed taxes allocated directly to Destin. So we did an update about a year ago in May 2022, and we reduced the amount towards beach down to 25%. When we did that, I forgot to take into account the debt service that we had taken out to purchase those beach parcels at Crystal Shores. So this reallocation takes into account two items. One is to make sure that we complete, the debt service on that debt for the two Crystal Beach parcels. And number two, to take into account the increased estimates. The funds have been coming in a lot higher than anticipated, so now we're anticipating that we should receive just over 17 million by the time that we're done. So this reallocation you have here, like I said, number one, it's to make sure we meet our debt covenants on the beach parcel purchases, and then we reallocated from there. So undergrounding went down a little bit, stormwater went down a little bit, public works went down a little bit. So you have some funny numbers, but they all work out. So go ahead and ask me if you have any questions.
I'll move to allocate portions of the Okaloosa half-penny infrastructure surtax revenue as follows. Do you mean to read them all? 55% towards undergrounding utilities, 33.61% towards beach acquisition, 6.99% towards stormwater projects, 4.4% towards public works and safety committee initiated projects.
Second.
Motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, calling the vote.
Mr. Sweetser stepped out.
Can't vote until you get back.
Court martial them.
I don't want to get a sunshine law
Yeah.
violation on my last day
Captain,
up
go
here,
court
so-
martial them.
Do y'all know where'd he go, Tori? Is that right? Okay. Yeah.
It's a recommended motion on 4G. I can read it if you like. Yes? Okay, motion is to allocate portions of the Okaloosa half-penny infrastructure.
Ray, we're good.
We're good? Okay.
Ayes have it, so moved.
Thanks, Matthew.
Item 4H, regarding the American Rescue Plan Act expenditure plan. Back in May, the city applied for and received $1,581,098 from the U.S. Treasury American Rescue Plan Act. And we have a recommended way that we would prefer to expend this plan, and we are seeking council's approval of this plan. It is stormwater infrastructure, $1,089,718, or 69% of the total. Stormwater equipment at $61,845, or 4% of the total. And IT security at $429,535, or 27%, totaling the $1.581 million.
I move to expend the American Rescue Plan Act awarded funds as follows: 69% for stormwater infrastructure, 4% for stormwater equipment, 27% for IT security.
All right, I got a motion on the table.
I'll second, but I think Mr. Bagby was going to
Yeah.
do something creative here, so.
I want to amend that to direct staff, 21,000 of that 69% will be spent on the underground piping for the Destiny subdivisions.
I'll second that amendment.
Well, it was your motion, so I'll second it.
Yeah.
the amendment.
All right.
We
Seeing
all
no
agree, it sounds like.
Any further discussions? Seeing none, calling the vote. Ayes have it, so moved.
Each year, we're required to confirm the tentative millage rate. Staff is requesting we remain flat at 1.615, as we have been for over 7 years. And Crystal is here if you have any questions.
I move the council set the tentative millage rate for ad valorem taxes at 1.6150 mils, which is 10.97% more than the rollback rate of 1.4553 mils, and confirm the date and time of the public hearings for the fiscal year 2024 budget on September 7th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. and September 18th, 2023 at 6 p.m.
Motion and a second. Any further discussions? Yes, sir. Jump on in.
I know that we are going to, I'm going to support this, but that alternative millage rate that she suggested, the 1.715, I think we should have probably considered that a little bit more heavily. It's very minimal increase on the property tax to the local of Destin, and it turned out to be, almost $750,000 towards the budget to help cover some of these projects that we were looking at. But I will move forward and support this project. I just wanted that on the record.
Thank you.
All right. Calling the vote. Ayes have it, so moved.
Item 4J, council had asked that we bring back some estimates on insurance for the council itself. That being said, we also have confirmed our increase at 5% for our renewal rate, so I will let Mr. Mike Caraway, who's here tonight from Accentria, our rep, give you the update.
Thank you for hanging in there with us.
Well, good evening. So as Lance mentioned, we do have the renewal, and on our last meeting, you all asked about us bringing the council members on. What rate impact would that have on the renewal? The good news is we have received approval from Florida Blue to do that. If we include them, the renewal is going to remain the same as what we've negotiated. So it'll have no negative impact on our renewal for 23-24. Our renewal came in a little over 10%, which, just to put it in perspective, when you guys are fully insured with Florida Blue, this is our first year with them after moving from United last year. Medical trend is around 8% on Florida Blue's book of business. So 10/1, when our renewal date starts, we're going to be behind the 8 ball at 8% on a medical trend. That's just inflation in medical care, pharmacy cost, just the cost of doing business as it relates to medical. So what we did is we went back to Florida Blue and said, listen, this is our first year with you. We do not want to take the city of Destin to market, but we will. So we want a no-shop guarantee. What can we get that for? And we want to bring the council members on, the ones that are eligible and or not eligible, that ones that would want to enroll that maybe do not have other coverage. And so what we were able to do is negotiate no plan changes at all on the medical plan with a 5% composite renewal across the board on all tiers, which is an excellent renewal. You can talk to other cities, clients of ours that are experiencing double-digit renewals this year. I mean, it's really a tough market out there. With regards to the ancillary coverages, the dental, vision, life, Healthiest You, all of those coverages are a rate hold, so there'll be no rate increase on those lines of business. So with that, any questions about the coming on as the council, or because I know there were some things that were brought up in our last meeting.
Mike, can you expand? I know there were some questions about full coverage for council members, and I understand that you did speak to the carrier about that potential option of where we would pay 100% of the premium for the council member.
What my recommendation is internally is you need to treat whatever employees that you have enrolled on the plan full-time, council members, the same as you would any others. So if you're paying X amount for the full-time employees, then you want to do the same thing for the council members. It needs to be consistent, because what happens then if you don't do that, then carriers look at it as adverse selection, and the people that are going to come on the plan that have to pay their own premiums, they're doing it because they need the insurance, and the last thing we want to do is drive up our claims cost if we're not being consistent with all employees.
Councilman,
correct me if I'm wrong, but when I met with Jamie and we got an update there was the potential of forming another class, for lack of a better term, where council could receive that 100% if they wanted to go that route.
If the city wanted to pay 100% of the premium, yes, correct. That's what we would recommend that you do as you're doing today. and we could do it, you can set it up as a different class, or we can put them in as full-time employees. Yes.
Are you, I'm sorry.
Councilman Bagby.
I was waiting for you to say.
Yeah, I know, I was waiting for Lance's.
So when does the window open? So if we pass this tonight, I guess, are we in the?
You would be. Yes, well, you would be effective 10/1. We would add it during open enrollment for a 10/1 effective date, which is the renewal date for the city.
Now, Councilman Schmidt.
Sure. I think there's a few questions, I guess, or comments. I mean, one is potential budget impacts that we were talking at a budget workshop. So I'm still not clear. You're recommending that we can get full coverage for the city council members, but that we should only do it for the employees, for individual only? Is that?
No, you could add your family members to it. It was just, what I'm saying is the premiums should be treated the same for the council members as they are for all employees.
And how are they treated currently?
You all are paying 100% of the employee-only coverage and then a percentage of the dependent.
And so in order to do 100% for employee and family, we can do that.
No, because currently the city's not paying 100% for family
So
today.
what makes that a requirement? Because City for Walton Beach has 100% paid employee and family.
That
through
may
Blue
be,
Cross.
That may be their policy that they have in place. What I advise all of our clients to do is just avoid discrimination. You don't want to do for one class what you're not doing for another class of employees.
So we could do it. The recommendation would be to create a new class.
You could, yep.
And creating a new class requires us to go out for another bid, or what?
Doesn't require you to go out for another bid. We would just create another class, just adding a subsidiary, if you will, just like you would do another company. And for that particular class, you would pay 100% for all the cost.
Okay.
So you're not saying that we can't create another class, you're just saying normally you wouldn't recommend that?
I wouldn't recommend having a differential on what you're contributing to one employee full-time versus another.
Councilmember Destin?
Okay, just so we all understand, at the moment, we're paying 100% of the individual, right?
Correct.
And what percentage of the family?
2/3.
2/3.
2/3. That's a pretty good deal. And I would not even consider changing the council to something that is more than we give our employees. But, you know, I think we should make it available to the council members. So I'll make a motion that we include the council members on the group insurance plan.
I'll second that.
At the present, same contributions as any other employee.
Councilman Destin, if I may, can you also add to that? Because we did not know what the renewal rate was during the last meeting. Can you add that we are good with the 5% renewal rate?
Oh, yeah, and that's a good renewal rate.
Yes, sir.
We just did that ourselves. 5% is quite good.
All right, so I got a motion and a second. Councilmember Aber?
I was going to make the motion to pass this through, so thank you, Mr. Destin.
All right, Councilmember Bagby?
So when does the window close? Obviously, it'll be effective 10/1.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So when do I have
No,
to have?
I'm sorry, we're September 1.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
9/1, I should know it. I apologize, 9/1.
Okay.
So what we'll do is we'll open up the open enrollment there'll be a period of time, we'll add the folks into our BIN admin system. You'll be able to go in there and make your elections. Typically, we open that up for a week. We have not set those dates yet, but we will. They typically will run sometime in early August, after we have our all-employee meeting.
Okay. So I just need to know how much time I have to sit my wife down and see if she wants to do this, because I'll do it, but I
Yeah.
don't know if she wants to do it or she wants to use, yeah, well, she's with TRICARE right now, so that would be a supplemental for her.
That's a question. If somebody
Okay.
has TRICARE, Florida Blue would become the primary.
They would.
And then the TRICARE would cover like the copay, et cetera, on that plan.
Right, they would be your secondary payer. That's correct. Same thing for Medicare. If someone has Medicare, or if they have spousal coverage in a private market, they would become secondary because this is going to be considered your employer.
Good to know. Thank you so much.
Yep.
One more.
Good.
Oh, yeah, we got to vote on it. Yeah, we just.
Quick question before the vote. I just want to make sure, that this does include the mayor, because it says council in the motion. It
Yes,
does include
we got
the mayor.
Bobby,
quitting if
Bobby's
it's
in there
not.
too. Mayor
Get outta here.
Wagner's in.
Listen, I am a statistic of no insurance right now. This would be greatly appreciated.
That's awesome. Thank you.
All right,
You're
we're going to call the
welcome.
vote
Thank you
before
all. I
another bad
appreciate you.
question comes out. Man, just confirm. I know, it's not you.
It's the battery.
I just have it so moved.
All right, a few announcements. We have acquired, as you know, I hope, 611 Sandalwood and officially closed on that property now. Once again, the Captain Royal Melvin Heritage ribbon cutting will be tomorrow morning, July 18th at 9 a.m. at the park site, with the representatives from the family being there to cut the ribbon, so please try to attend. The City of Destin will be hosting Okaloosa County League of Cities quarterly dinner this Thursday night at the Palms Bistro, and the guest speaker will be Colonel Allison Black, Commander of 1st Special Ops Wing at Hurlburt Field. The library will be closed Friday, August 4th for the Okaloosa County Public Library Co-op Annual Staff Training Day. Business tax receipts are now open for renewal. Businesses should get payment in by the September the 30th to avoid any late fees. Council members will be contacted this week by Sherry out of my office to coordinate times for those wanting to have a one-on-one city manager evaluation. All projects submitted for permits after September 1 will be required to submit a final inspection request form found under the engineering division page of the city's website for any engineering and planning site final inspections. The intent is to certify that the site meets all the minimum requirements in the approved permit before staff visits the site. Live Oak Fiber has officially started construction of their new lines in Destin, and that began on July the 10th. One of the biggest, greatest events of all, the Big Truck Day, will be held August the 4th at the community center, so please make sure your children or grandchildren or neighbors know about that so you all can go take part in that. And finally, we have saved the date for the city's open house scheduled for Wednesday, October the 25th, and that's all I have, sir.
What day was the big truck?
Big truck is August the 4th, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the community center.
Thank you. All right, Kyle, take it away.
Thanks, Bobby. We have John Green of Beachside Construction Group LLC on behalf of Mr. Sean Cooper of Elite Investments LLC requesting approval of the construction of a plus-minus 640 square foot restaurant cafe building and the associated site infrastructure. Subject project is located at 36 Terracotta Way, totaling approximately 0.16 acres. Starting with Kevin, just want to see if there's been any ex parte communications.
None.
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 And thank you, council. Hang on just 1 second, John. I'll
Gonna ask about that. I meant to ask. A real five?
Yeah, not 15.
Okay, and John, if you could stay standing and raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Any member of staff and any member of the public who wants to testify, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you want to, can I swear them in?
Yeah, swear them all
Okay. Okay. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to provide is the truth? All right, and with that, Bobby.
All right, after multiple messages, I need a bathroom break. So we are gonna do a true 5 minutes. I'm gonna put a timer. Let's put another big old timer on the clock. 5-minute bathroom break. Thank you all for hanging in there with us. We got quorum. I don't know if you're you tell me, lawyer.
Proceed if y'all want me to. We do have a procedural matter I want to address ahead of time. That's Mr. Bruce Kroll approached us on behalf of the association, and he can specify which association this is. But he's requesting party status on this matter. Kim and I spoke with him. We're inclined to advise the council to grant him party status, which would essentially make him a full party to this case. So that will enable him, cross-examination powers, everything that the applicant would have in this case. So with that, I think we need to first go to Kim and staff.
So for staff, we're just going to ask you to accept into the record, council, the staff report and all of the attachments as city's composite exhibit A.
And David and Bruce, is there any objection to that? Okay, seeing no objection, Bobby, I'd recommend you accept that.
All right, thank you. Yep, we do.
Okay, and other than that, we're going to turn it over to the applicant. So if you all want to come up and speak, and just remember, you all will have the opportunity to answer questions of the council and also to ask questions of Mr. Kroll, and he can ask questions of you.
John Green, 3792 Indian Trail. I represent ECM, the engineering firm for the project, which is Sandos Cafe. It's a lunch, sandwich shop that'll also have beverages. It is approximately, and I don't want to get specific, it's about 600 square feet. It's basically a sit-down bar area and then a second floor with a bar area with a porch. There's a beautiful rendering that's been prepared for the project. It's meets all the qualifications that the LDC requirement. I want to thank the staff for working through the project and getting this for this small piece of land, about 6,000 square feet that's been sitting there getting no use, no tax money. And the client is willing to get started as soon as possible. Are there any questions?
All right. Yep, seeing none right now. Thank you.
None.
When you say beverages, you mean alcoholic beverages or just beverages?
All beverages.
All beverages, okay.
All right. And, Mr. Kroll, if you have any sort of cross-examination on Mr. Green's testimony right there, feel free to proceed with that. If not, Mr. Green, if you're through with your presentation, we'll move on to Mr. Kroll's presentation. You will have a chance to rebut.
Thank you. Been a while since I stood before this group, but I'm comfortable. First of all, Bruce Kroll, 42 Terracotta Way. Here in Destin, been at the same address there for 31 years. So they have a PowerPoint for me, and they tell me that this should work. Just a little history of the neighborhood, okay? 35 years ago, the Enclave and the developer planned to build condominium buildings with 30 units, as it says right up there, and Greenreef, which is actually across the street, which I'm also speaking on their behalf. There's two buildings were completed with the community infrastructure, and then what happened, you know you're getting old when it was about 3 or 4, oh, that's good idea. You know you're getting old when it was about, this is your 4th recession, right? So what happened, that went broke. So when I moved into the neighborhood, there was 17 banks that owned the units in the Enclave. But they finished all the infrastructure. The developer went bankrupt, and then a small parcel where the Sandos lot is, was reserved and carved out of the bankruptcy because one of the developers had a unit at the Greenreef, and that's a fee simple townhome all the way to the mean high water line. So they think they have a private beach, you know, and we all know how that works, but we won't go there. But anyway, what's going on is the developer saved this lot for a garage because he had a classic car he wanted to put in it, and he never had a garage. So anyway, planned unit development developers came along, they carved a PUD out of the plat. And the PUD became Terracotta Terrace. When I 7 homes, and then I left the part out. The developer of the PUD went bankrupt too. So I took over the associations because I worked for a company called Abbott Resorts at the time, which today you know is Vacasa, which we won't talk about that too much, but you know, I knew everything that had to go on and found out there were 2 associations, and I ran those associations. And I thought I was going to get out of the association business when I retired 5 years ago, because I was the president of 5 associations at the Emerald Grand for 14 years. But the group over there decided that maybe I needed to be the president of the Homeowners Association where I'm at. So anyway, next slide is the community. I already told you all that, so I'm just going to skip. Okay, now here's what we've got. The city development of the beach access, they actually, none of you, or maybe 1 or 2 of you might know this, but that parking lot was put in and there's no public beach access. There isn't one. The gate across the street that has a combination lock to it is for Enclave Community Property Association owners and guests. There's no city public beach access. So that when the people go and pay for that parking lot right there, what they do is they just go across the street and wait for someone that knows the combination, and they go through the gate and they go down to the beach. If they turn right, they're on the, they are met by a security guard who tells them that they cannot turn right, which is going towards a crab trap. And they just tell them, you can't go on the beach. And if you turn left, you are met by a similar situation by the one condominium that's there. So basically, everybody, this is 114 properties, 60 condominiums, and 54 homes have a 20-foot easement to set up a chair and an umbrella, okay? Or they can take a chance and go behind Captain Dave's, which is the restaurant, which sits right on the county line, and maybe they won't throw you off because they have a chance of selling a drink, right? Maybe, because they're inconsistent with what their offering is. So you have the bike path there, and so the project is to the right of the bike path. And by the way, the only time that grass gets cut is when I call Lance or code enforcement. And this picture was taken yesterday, so a little sidebar there. The Enclave parking lot, you see in the distance there, the Enclave, that's the Enclave parking lot. And so that's a private parking lot for owners and guests of the Enclave Community Property Association, which includes terrace. And it's really a lot, you know, that's right at the edge of it. And here's what's going to happen. There's only 4 parking spaces in the project that you have the package to. That's it. And so that gives you just enough parking for the bartender, the cashier, and the cook. Unless they hire a handicapped cook, because one of the 4 parking spaces is for handicapped, okay? So that means that all of the customers have to find a place to park. Well, they can't park at the Enclave because they're getting ready to reinstall the gates that they once had. They're not going to be able to park along the street because we have an application in to put gates on the street but that's a long story because, you know, we have to get this city to give us the street back that we gave to the city, okay? But they can't park along the street anyway because the street, it doesn't have any on-street parking because when the neighborhood was built, it's narrower. Okay, so I don't know where people are going to park. This is a picture that's from the package that you have, and you see where it says Gulf of Mexico, and it says this is not a public beach access. There's no public beach access. That shows you where it says public beach access is behind Captain Dave's and behind a condominium where they run you off, and the Green Reef where they run you off. So there's going to be a lot of illegal parking, and I sat here for 2.5 hours, as you did, listening to all the people out there on Noriega Point, right? I mean, so they have a problem, and I'm trying to not have one like what they have. So the bushes, the tall landscaping even isn't going to give it enough street appeal. Some of you know, 46 years in the hospitality business, including restaurants and bars. I know, it's the hardest business in the world because you bring a raw product in the back door, manufactured by non-skilled labor, served by people making half a minimum wage, and they pay for it after they consume it. It is a really tough business, even when you have parking, okay? And I want these guys to be successful. I'm not against development. I'll get to that. Okay, here's a view of Terracotta Terrace. By the way, you'll notice that really nice landscape median there. We landscaped that because we were all involved in a lawsuit together. I don't know, Lance, you know how long it was? 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? He's still shaking his head because a bicycle hit a car. And, it was a mess. And so we went in there and we cut out all the palmetto. After the lawsuit was settled, it was tens of thousands. I don't even know, maybe hundreds of thousands. I don't even know how much we settled for because we all split it and everybody signed the secret documents. But, so that's the parking lot, the city lot, and you can't even pull in there. An SUV can't pull in there. Only a smaller car can pull in there. So these are the two entrances. The one on the right is the Terracotta entrance. The one on the left is the Enclave entrance. That's the one where the gates are going back. The one on the left is where we're submitting approval for gates, but that's not for this meeting. So the Enclave and City lot exit right onto 98. So it's already a busy little intersection there because all of the people that paid their parking are going out there, as well as all of the owners and guests that are going out of the Enclave from there. Trash trucks and 4 parking spaces. I don't know how trash trucks are going to get in there. I'm sure that they probably asked them, can you make this turn? I don't know. But, where's the delivery truck going to go? How are we even going to lift the containers? Those were containers. I don't even know how you're going to get a crane in there because you got high tension wires. And, it's going to be a real issue. But then there's deliveries. There's, parking, the whole thing. It's a mess. The liquor license they have, I already checked into it. They have what's called a 4 COP license, which means, a restaurant SRX license means you have to have 150 seats, although the legislature just passed it, but they haven't passed it in the county yet, where it goes down to 125 seats. But if you have a 4 COP license, it's a quota license, which means it can sell packaged liquor too. And they could actually stay open until 4 o'clock in the morning if they wanted to. I'm not saying they would. I actually spoke to the owner and he said he wouldn't. So, but the potential's there. So I think there's some incompatibility, to say the least. This picture is taken from my master bedroom window without zooming in. That's the parcel right there. Imagine the noise from music, because I hope they have music, but it is, you've got houses. The house next door to me, which is the second house, sold for $1.79 million, which makes, most of the houses in there between 1 and 2 million, depending on their size. And we think that the values may go down if we have something that's not compatible to the neighborhood, and which would lower your revenue, city tax revenue. So here's the deal. We think that it's a great idea. We just think it's a wrong spot. So you guys got as you know, right up there, you got those 2 lots. Why don't you cut a deal like the Crab Trap or Pompano Joe's and put it where they have a Gulf view, where you know they can be successful? Because if they're not successful, I'm going to have 3 containers rusting across the street. You know, because nobody likes to go in a place that doesn't make it. I think they, you know, have a really good chance of, with a good product line, of making it if somebody can find a place to park to go buy a sandwich. But there's no parking. You know, you see it all. I've shown it all as quick as I could. That's all I got.
Thank you so much. Mr. Powell, if you have any cross-examination of Mr. Kroll at this time, this would be appropriate. David, if you could, one of you could take one microphone. Hey, David, take a mic. And then Bruce, if you could hit that button.
Did I hear you correctly that you said you hope that they have music?
Well,
you being
I
facetious?
would say that when you're in the food and beverage business, if you want to attract people to, you know, hang out, you usually have music. So
you hope they have it, but you want to complain about it?
I'm not complaining about it. Look,
Sorry, are you speculating that it'll be bothersome?
Here's what I know. Here's what I know. So I was on a committee for all these folks here because of vacation rentals. And we met for almost a year. And we came up with an ordinance that I should tell you is working. There's no noise after 10 o'clock. And if there is, you call code enforcement and they come out and they tell the people, go inside. Because even crowd noise, okay? You know, I moved Harry T's from the Destin Yacht Club to, you know, down there at Harbor Walk because of crowd noise. That's why we moved. We were perfectly happy. But even crowd noise, I can tell when there's somebody next door in a driveway that might have had too much to drink. Now, imagine if there's a business across the street, okay, that's playing music, people talk over the music, you got blenders, you're going to hear it all.
But if I understand correctly, there's a city ordinance in place regarding noise. Yes or no?
Yes, but I don't want to have to call them every day.
Are you here for yourself or on behalf of the association?
Both.
Okay, which association are you here for?
The Enclave Community Property Association.
And did y'all have a meeting authorizing you to speak on their behalf?
Yes.
When was that
Board
meeting?
of Directors, yes. And there's people here from there that can attest to that.
That's what, when was the meeting?
Pardon me?
When was the meeting?
Oh, we can give you the meeting minutes if you prefer. I don't know exactly that date, but it wasn't yesterday. This has been going on for as soon as the project was put on your Compass site, we were watching it. And I stayed in constant contact with Mr. Butler. Make sure, you know, that when you totally get through this process of when we can get together and talk about this, and you know how much notice I got about this? 4 days. No. Oh yeah, she's on our side. Yeah, 4 days. Yeah, 4 days. Yeah, and which is not enough time. I would think
Mr.
that the
Kroll,
city.
could you, Mr. Powell's asking cross-examination
sorry.
questions,
Go
so
ahead.
please respond to Mr. Powell.
I'm sorry, Mr. Powell.
It's all right. No further questions.
Okay.
And Bruce, if you don't have any further witnesses or anything,
Well, there may be some other people that want to
We'll have
speak.
public comments.
No, hang on just a second. So you're representing the association. If you're going to call witnesses as you were the party withstanding, go ahead and call them. If there's just going to be public comments, we can address that during the
I
public
think
comment
they're going to be
period.
public comments.
Okay. And let me just check and make sure. Staff, do you have anything else? Nothing from staff? And rebuttal from Mr. Green and Mr. Powell at this time then?
Bruce. Thanks, Bruce, for all your comments. There's a couple issues that I will touch base on. The first being that it's zoned Crystal Beach Resort. All the requirements have been met that comply with the LDC, and the establishment and the purpose for that cafe meets every requirement of the city of Destin that's been voted on and approved by city councils, present and past. The second thing I wanted to bring up was the constructability issue. That's for the contractor. Yes, there's going to be pre-made containers. We'll call them containers, but they're pre-made. They're made out of Canada. They will be disassembled. They'll be inspected. They'll be reassembled. And they come painted. They're going to have the salt finish paint on there so that they last as long as they need to be. I'm very well aware of the owner and the business partners. They're professionals. And if you want to be successful in Destin, in our community, you're going to keep the establishment clean and respectable. And I believe the gentlemen that are going to be running it will be clean and respectable, and they'll respect the city of Destin. The other issue that I was going to mention is and this was the help of the city staff, put me to work, hard work. There's a program called AutoTurn. And we originally went to the fire department, and they said, no problem. But there was question, which they were rightly, went back to Matt, fire department, and he goes, you're right, it's 65 feet from that parking area. You only can be 50. So we had to design and prove that we can get a 40-foot fire engine into the parking lot within 50 feet of the door where they enter the property, the workers, and basically everybody exiting because the stairs go that way. The other was that a trash truck. We then had to design and make sure a trash truck could enter the facility. Now, every Wednesday I go to a meeting, and every Wednesday, that doggone trash truck, we sit outside and we have our meeting. That doggone thing comes out every day at 8:15. He comes right to the first truck or dumpster, dumps it, makes all kinds of racket. Then he goes over to the other dumpster and makes all kinds of racket. And you know what? There's 0 cars there because the management makes a plan that the trash truck shows up when there's nobody there. As for the parking situation, four cars are required, 4 cars are provided, 1 bike is provided. We provided 5 positions for bicycles. And as for the noise, I mean, you gotta comply with the noise. But I expect to go visit the place. I think there's very limited restaurants out in that area. It's a nice area. You can walk down the street. You can park your car in our parking spots. You can take a walk down the path that we've provided, and you can stop and get a sandwich while you're down there. And I think as a resident, I think it's a great deal. But I appreciate your time. If you had any questions?
Councilman Sweetser, you have anything for him or just hold? Okay. All right. Thank you.
And so, Mr. Kroll, if you have anything rebuttal, but keep it to the scope as what Mr. Green just testified to. If not, we'll move on. And if anybody would like to make a closing argument, we'll entertain that at this time. If not, we'll just move on to public comment.
All
so
right.
it's no, we'll move on to public comment, but let me.
Yep.
no
All right, so
closing.
seeing that this is a public hearing at this time, I will take public comments. Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes. Name and address.
My name is Victor.
Hey, come to the mic.
Yeah, but I need you to.
Gotta be on the microphone. Gotta be
Yeah.
part of the rules.
Yeah.
Being publicized, so they can.
It's being recorded, that's why. My name is Victor Duenas. I live in 65 Miraflores Court, which is called for terracotta. I live in one of those 54 houses that Bruce was talking about. We have problems in that street that the code enforcement personnel most of the time does not see it. I know, I live there permanent. I see the code enforcement truck.
Sir, can you speak, sir, can you please speak into the microphone? It's not picking you up.
You have to stand at that stand.
I see the truck but he does not see the scooters, the motorcycles that they rent, the three-wheelers that they rent, the golf carts that's driven by unlicensed personnel. The people that rent those houses out there, they could care less. They could care less. They are our visitors. They're paying taxes and all that. I don't care. However, it is not safe to have an establishment like what they want in our AO, because it's a subdivision. It's a residential. The gentleman mentioned it's a pretty place, and we can get a lot of visitors to our establishment. I tell you what, where are they going to park? That's how I am. That's how I am. Where are they going to park? Captain Days is a walking distance, right down by the water. Kenny D's is right across the boundary of our county. If we have drunks, and I drink, gentlemen, I drink hard. I drink. If you have drunks walking around in our subdivision across the gate, if we get the gate, pray to the Lord that we do, it's bad. Bruce says the value of those houses out there, he's right. He's going to depreciate. How would you yourself like to live in an area like that, to have this establishment in your subdivision? It is a no-go.
Thank you, sir.
Sit down.
It's
All right.
a no-go.
Anyone else?
You don't like the way I talk? Hey. No. You don't know me, partner. You do not know me. You can leave, please, officer.
All right. Anyone else from the public?
You don't know me, you fool. You don't know me.
Matt, you are doing good.
Let's see, obviously the red button's on, it's time to talk. Good? Okay. I'm Patty Oliver, and I live in 504 Enclave, and enjoyed it. I love living there. My dream home. I looked all up and down the coast to find it, and this is it. I've been a business owner here. I've owned a business at the Enclave, renting it out, and now I live there full time. The thing that Mr. Green had mentioned is that the 6,000 square foot is just sitting there paying taxes. Well, I'm sorry about that, but you know, the thing is, and I'm sure that you already know where the
Yep.
Yeah,
we have to address the board.
Okay, but I thought you were doing the rebuttal and the.
No, that's just for the parties.
So we're past
Yeah, sorry
that.
about that.
Now public
Yes,
comments.
yes, ma'am.
are to
Public
you.
comments
Okay,
to the
Okay,
board.
well, I was just bringing up the points that he had said. So anyway, so the parking, we had gotten a letter in the mail that had requested 5 parking spaces with the Enclave, and I'm on the board of the Enclave Condominium Association. Would we be considered giving and selling 5 lots or being able to rent 5 lots? And I'm the treasurer. So everybody was unanimous, no. So where did it go from 9 parking spaces down to, what did I hear, 4? 4 parking spaces? So how did that come about? How did we change the guidelines?
I will ask that.
from 9 parking spaces to 4, okay? So
But
that
just-
is.
Just
that's-
advise, let public comment proceed and then ask your
Okay,
questions after,
so
just so you know. ma'am.
the trash, we already have a problem with the quality of visitors that we are having coming into Destin. I don't know if anybody else knows that, but it has gone down. There's a lot of trash that's being around. It's been brought up, the code enforcement is not coming through. It's being slow to get these things done. The parking lots that people going through, I mean, just this week, went through and it was on 2 wheels, three kids in it. So these are problems overall that need to be addressed. And having extra trash come through there is not a good idea. And if you have not done the parking, which is the main thing, because inevitably, when people can't park, because that's why we're putting the gates back up, they'll just slip in there and park. So,
Thank you so
very
much.
much for your time.
All right, anyone else from the public? Seeing none, I will close the public comments at this time. Kyle?
And at this time, it'd be appropriate for the council to go ahead and deliberate, and if you have any questions of any of the parties, that would be appropriate at this time
So
as well.
up first, I got Councilman Sweetser. Okay, no worries. Councilwoman Abear.
Can I clarify what the parking requirements are? If you've got 4 parking stalls, but you've got employees and you've got bikes, can you
We can have staff answer it if you want.
Oh, okay.
Okay, because
I
staff
just-
is also sworn in, so I think Steve or
Okay,
Daniel
yeah,
can answer.
can you help me with that, Steve? Thank you.
Absolutely. So when this application originally came through, the use was classified as a full-service restaurant. However, upon further information provided by the applicant, it was deemed to be a limited service restaurant. And the big difference here is a full service is you go in, you sit down, you order, they bring your food, and then you pay. So there's quite a bit. You can fit a lot more people in the location at that time at a single point in time. Limited service doesn't necessarily do that. It's more of you walk up, you order your food, and you pay right there, and then you wait for it. And as you can see in the rendering, they're providing areas for people to sit down and eat. But as we are all aware, we do not require parking for open air seating. It's only based on gross floor area. So that being said, full service restaurants require 1 space per 75 square feet. Limited service only requires 1 per 150. At 640 square feet, that's 4 spaces because the fractional space, it's rounded down per the LDC. So they're only required 4. So as far as what was required in the beginning, that was because it was classified as a full service restaurant until the applicant provided more information. Any further questions on that?
And then the other question was, what about staff? Is there any kind of parking requirement for your employees at a restaurant or?
No, all the restaurant uses are based off of gross floor area. So that takes into consideration office space, kitchen, service area, all that. So it's all based off of gross floor area.
All right, up next, Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you, sir. I had a question about trash. Mr. Green mentioned that he was required, Steve, to prove that a trash collector can get in there. Is that an accurate
I'm
comment
sorry,
that
say
he-
that again, I
I had a
apologize.
question about the trash. Mr.
Mhm.
Green said he had to prove that a trash
Yep.
can get in, so that's accurate what he said?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so we're good there. Do we stipulate in our beach parking or our city parking that you can only park here and go to the beach, or is it, the only stipulation is you pay? Or you mean, you
I'm
go
not,
wherever you want, right?
I'm not aware of anything that requires you to go in a particular
Okay.
location.
Just pay.
That's my understanding. If any other staff member has something on the contrary, please
Okay.
correct me.
Is there an, maybe this would be for them, but an occupancy number? Do we have that based upon fire code or something like that? Is that building?
I'll defer that to Noel.
Okay.
The occupancy would just be based on the square footage, a similar situation like this, which is just basically a kitchen, there's no indoor seating, so.
Will there be an actual legal occupancy number by somebody?
I mean, we will provide one, yes, when they come through for a building, permit, yes.
Is that a city
It's
thing
a-
or a state?
It's a state,
State?
yeah.
Okay, so there's like a calculation.
So it's based on the use, yeah, like a restaurant, there's like, it's one for a kitchen, it's, you know.
Okay. There was some questions or comments about notice given. Was that given? Was it required? Was it not required? Was it limited service? Or can you speak more on
So
that?
the abutters notice and the sign posting on the site went up as soon as the application finished completeness review, as any application that comes through for development, as soon as it finishes completeness, which is the review for staff to ensure that all the materials are in the application. Once that's done, staff develops the abutters notice. We also inform the applicant. They post the requirements of the posting on the property, and then we send the abutters notice out to the appropriate.
Do we know
300.
when that was
I
done?
believe that was back in January, February.
Yeah, so the application was received in November, and I believe it was deemed complete in January, and we get those abutters out within a week of that completeness letter, so they were sent out in January.
Okay. And then the way they're building it, this container structure, I mean, Noel, the inspection process still has the same building inspection.
Yeah, so it has the same building inspection, and it has the same requirements when they submit for, permit as far as plans, they gotta be signed, sealed by a structural
All right.
engineer, et cetera.
Awesome, thank you. Bear
And
with-
real quick, to go
Yeah.
back on that noticing, in order to be placed on a public hearing, there's the 10 and 5-day noticing requirement by the state, also per our LDC, and both of those were provided
Okay.
for this meeting.
Awesome. A couple questions for y'all, if you don't mind. Do we have potential hours that we're already thinking? Obviously, not gonna hold you to it.
Possibly 10 in the morning, get an early lunch crowd, maybe catch a cup of coffee, and up till 10 o'clock, maybe midnight, but
Right, okay.
I don't
And
think,
then, do,
no 4 AM.
right,
Absolutely no 4 AM. Not
So-
even in plan.
is there a vision for how this is, who this is gonna serve and in what way? I mean, from the business owner, or is there your plan? I mean, do y'all have do you wanna answer?
Can I speak?
Sir, have you been sworn in? Okay. Yeah, just raise your right hand there. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth? All right, now come up and just tell the council your name and who you are, and then they'll ask you your questions.
What's the name and?
Name and address.
Sean Cooper, 205 White Hare in Santa Rosa Beach. There was nothing available in Destin when we moved here. So to answer your question, it caters to families, it caters to everybody. It's a alternative to the fried food, the burgers, and the seafood that's in the area.
Are you the owner?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Do I need to say that?
No, I'm just curious.
Okay.
No, I think I got my questions answered. I mean, me personally, I don't think you need parking, because when you look around there, you look at all the vacation homes that are everywhere around this building, it's going to be people walking to this thing. And if I lived nearby, I would walk and frequent to a place like this, just like I would do in Crystal Beach down there. So you meet the requirements. The parking, people want to pay $15 or $20 to go park at our city lot. We'll take that. I mean, but you're not required to provide that parking. But I see this as a good option for people to walk to on that side of town. And if it meets all of the staff's code and staff stuff and our codes that we have. I mean, I understand the complaints. I get it. I saw Mr. Bruce's picture. To me, he's the person that's going to be the most impacted by this, because he's right outside of that. I get that. But because this is where it's at, I mean, I'm sure they maybe they asked about buying it themselves. I don't know. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But as it is, this is what's allowed. And, it looks great to me. So I appreciate you bringing something to a vacant lot like this, and I hope success for you if this gets approved.
Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I've been to your establishments. You have the one on Oak Cliff Island? That's not you. Okay. I've been established in building restaurants, operating restaurants, built 2 in Destin. So we went from the 9 parking spaces to the 4 because we deemed it a limited service.
That is correct. Based on the business plan and how they're going to operate, they fit
Okay.
the limited service definition.
Now, the other restaurants that I built always had to have a 40-foot throat, so much distance in. Were those requirements also waived?
I'll defer to the city engineer on that one.
It shows that they are having a 35-foot throat clearance.
Okay, so then it was, I guess it was waived then, huh? Because that's not 40.
I'll have to look into that and get back to you.
Was that the answer?
Anything else? No, yeah.
That was the answer. I don't know.
He's looking into it.
Can you explain what you're asking, Mr. Destin?
So yes, that requirement was waived by the community development director.
Okay. Here's the problem. 4 parking spaces is not enough, period, to operate this. I mean, they are allowed to operate till 10 at night. If your business model is only gonna have walk-up traffic for the neighbors around you, that's not enough to sustain a restaurant. They're gonna need to have other people, and they will have other people, and what we're gonna do is we create a problem, no parking. How many other restaurants have we deemed limited service, just off the top of your head?
I personally couldn't give you that number. I can't think of any right at the moment. Most of the restaurants that I've seen since being here are generally fast food or that style, fast casual or full service.
They are, in fact.
Yes, sir.
You know, I kind of pay attention being in the business, and I don't know of another one.
Mhm.
So is there a criteria we use to determine whether it's limited service or full service?
Based on the fact that the majority of the customer and their business plant operation did not work on the you sit down, you order, then you pay once you complete your meal. This is the you walk up, you pay, then you wait for your food, which is the definition per the NAICS, the National, I can't remember what it stands
National
for.
Association of Industrial Classification System.
This is why Daniel's here. Yeah, so per that definition, that's how the limited service restaurant fits.
Okay, so a majority is 51%? What is exactly a majority
They-
under that criteria?
Yeah, so they don't have, every single customer that's going to be coming to them is going to walk up to that window, I'm assuming, in the rendering there, order their food, pay for it, and then wait. So that's limited service right there, limited service restaurant.
Well, I can tell you that, you know, in my opinion, this is not going to be a limited service. Having been involved in this industry, and I'm sure it's going to be a nice establishment that'll do a good job, but it has no parking. And, you know, that's just a bad business plan to start with. I hope that they succeed, but people are going to be parking all over the place, other than there. And I need to find out how you get that garbage truck to come the same time every morning, because mine come between 8 and 12. And whenever they get there, I'm thrilled to see them. So good luck with that one, and I really need to find out who you've been talking to over at the environmental waste people. You know, with no parking, it's very hard for me to approve this.
Councilman Bagby.
Thank you. What other waivers were issued for this project besides the throat?
No other waivers were issued.
And I'd like to add something. This is not a waiver. The Land Development Code allows for the applicant to request relief on the throat distance specifically. So they submitted a document to the engineering division requesting that with some auto turn and some other exhibits. So that's how that was, I wouldn't say waived, but relieved.
Okay, what other relief was the applicant provided?
As Steve just stated, none.
Okay. I didn't see a lighting plan, right? So for this.
There is one. You should have seen it.
Okay. I saw the, whatever's in the reading thing. Which page is that? Seven? Okay. I see the landscaping plan, and I see the, whatever that plan is. Yeah. C6, okay. Let's see here. 259, okay. I'm on 257. Yep, okay.
Our page number.
Yep,
Our page is 259.
okay. Yep, I got it. Well, it's not getting larger. Okay.
You have to spread it out.
No, I don't. But I have the, no, I just want to see that it's, they have the ability to cover, because you're walking up at night, right? Limited visibility. I just want to make sure it's a secure place. Okay, I'll look at that when I'm done. Plan. Yeah, and I live, just for full disclosure, I live about 1,000 yards from that proposed location. And I've been to Kenny D's, and I've always thought Kenny D's didn't have enough parking. And I not on my street because I don't abut the street that butts up against the commercial, but one of my neighbors does, and we watch football games on his back porch, and you can hear the restaurant, the Mexican food restaurant up there, banging things and all night long. Fortunately, I don't hear it, but I get how it's distracting. I also can hear the crab trap when they're cranked up, because I like sitting out on my front porch having a cigar or a cocktail. But I kind of agree with everybody else. The parking has got me concerned. So just so I understand our parking, what we're doing with our parking now, for $205, I, as a non-resident of Destin, can buy a parking pass. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's for the Harbor District owner only.
Only the
Counselor
Harbor
Bagby.
District, not the beach?
Correct.
Oh, because I thought you could do it out at the beach too.
No, sir.
No, okay, good. So, no, because I would expect that code would be out there, because that parking lot right there will be the place for us to capture enough revenue to pay for this. Because I agree with Mr. Destin. People aren't going to walk up there. It's not, I've walked up to Kenny D's one time in the 20 years I've lived in Destiny East, once. All the other times, I drove. Now, I either drove my car or I drove my wife's LSV, but I drove. So I just think you got a parking problem. We're going to have a parking problem, and we're going to create a parking problem out there that we shouldn't need to create. Now, that's the good news. The bad news is, how many units are in the enclave, all the neighborhood there?
There's 60 condominiums and 55 homes.
Okay, so 115 units. You know, I would think for 1,000 or 2,000, you guys could have probably bought this lot and put in a second pool for the enclave development or something like that. I don't know if that ship's already sailed or not, but I know that I can't support something with 4 parking spots. I don't care what we call it, because I agree. The cook's got a place to park, the server's got or the cashier's got a place to park, and probably somebody else in that. It's going to take 3 people to run that thing, because somebody's got to empty the trash, and it's not going to be the cook, and it's not going to be, you know, the cashier or whatever. So that's 3 of the 4 parking spots. And that's not necessarily on y'all, that's on us, because for a limited service, I guess if you make it small enough, you and I could open a hot dog stand and never have to have a parking spot anywhere. Okay, I understand that.
Councilman Guile.
I'm going to retract. I'm going to retract my button here.
All right, now you go. Councilman King.
Thanks, sir. Were you done, Tori? Or you wanted to wait?
No, I'm going to, I think that I've heard enough through Councilman Destin and Councilman Bagby to understand my concerns.
I hear what you're saying. You know, we've got a land development code for a reason that puts things in place, and people design businesses around our land development code. You know, and I think this is no exception. I think that this is this kind of place is an incredible need out there. I had somebody call me, ask me the other day, what's a nice place to go? We're staying out here in Crystal Beach. We don't want to wait at the crab trap. We don't want to go here. We want to go there. You know, this is something that is of great need, in my opinion. And I personally don't think that in a situation like this, it's not our call to say how much parking they have. They designed this business based on the amount of parking they needed to have, and that's what they have. It's, you know, if 10 people want to get into an Uber XL and ride down there and get dropped off at the front door, I think they have every right to do so, ride their bike. I know y'all have driven out on this road. There's more foot traffic out there. There's enough foot traffic out there alone to keep this place in business. So, you know, I was just to be honest with you, I could have done without seeing your view from your house. No offense. But it's clear to me why you're here. You know, this is a very unneighborly thing. I understand where you're coming from, but we've had this discussion before. And you come here and you show us your view, and it's very obvious to me why you wouldn't want this here. And this is private property that they own. They have every right to do whatever they want with it within the bounds of that land development code. So I understand your concern, but really what it's doing is taking your view away. So that's kind of it. I think it's a rough situation to be in. I understand, but we've had this conversation 6 dozen times. There's plenty of short-term rentals out there to keep places in business. That's why we bought all this public beach access, because of all the short-term rentals out there. We got to give them something, right? I think this is a great thing. I will support it. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to move the city council approve Sandos Beachside and minor development order as presented. Then I have a comment.
Second.
Continue with the comment.
Fantastic. I think we're getting. I respect Mr. Destin and your expertise and your history and your restaurant. You know, I respect the heck out of it. And as I think Mr. Bagby has said many times as well, it's our job to do certain things up here. And if we want to change parking requirements for certain things, then we should make changes for that. As it is, though, they're allowed to do it. The questioning on full service versus limited service, I mean, a national organization has created a code system to determine that. You know, I mean, we have all these things in our checklist, guidebook, LDC, everything for these reasons. And just because Mr. Bagby won't walk 1,000 feet from his house, 1,000 yards, as Mr. King, well, Mr. Bagby, I mean, there's an age, you know, I mean, there's a lifestyle difference and everything. And as Mr. King said, this is that street, as y'all know, you live down it, so I'm sure you see people walking. I mean, people are going to walk by, they're going to grab a snack or a drink, and then they're going to keep moving. Or they'll hang out for an hour. But now if there's nowhere to sit, I'm not going to, if I got me and my 3 kids, if we come off the beach, if there's nowhere to sit, we're going to just grab it, eat it, and keep on moving. You know, whenever the family is on the beach and they want a quick bite, they can go up to that thing. So I hear y'all's concerns. I just don't think that legally that some of those, you know, history and in your restaurant and some of your preferences about walking is enough to say no, in my opinion. I don't think we can support, you know, we should do that as a city council.
All right, up next, Councilman Destin.
Yeah, just so I clarify my position, if they had the 9 spaces that met the code, I'd vote for it. I would have no choice. What I think is the staff made a mistake by deeming them a limited service, and they've testified themselves that they can't think of that and have no instance of that happening before. I think that was a mistake. So that's the rationale behind that.
All right. Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, and I would agree with Mr. Destin. And that's all I'll say.
Tori, go. Oh, no, see, it's
It was
Teresa. See, I told you this is confusing, right? Welcome to my world.
Welcome. I've had the same conversations with people that come to visit, and being on the TDC, I see a lot of the visitors that go to that area. And unfortunately, there really isn't any small, easy-to-get-to place, and people don't want to go all the way down to Crab Trap. And I can't see this business being, even at 10 o'clock at night, being that noisy. I think people are going to walk up, they're going to enjoy something to eat, and then they're going to go back to the beach, or it's an alternative. I feel like they've met their requirements. I don't think there's a need for 9 parking spaces. I'm going to support this.
Councilman Guile.
I think this is an example why we need to go ahead and finish this LDC with the external parking, variations, outdoor dining, and get that concluded. I see both sides, but this isn't a hill that I think we should die on. So even though I don't agree with it, I feel like I have to vote for it just because staff has supported it. But I really would like to get that LDC rewrite out that includes the outside dining.
Mr. Green, is there any room for additional parking on the land? Is there any additional room for parking on the land? You gotta come. John.
Come to this mic.
No.
I understand your answer. Okay. Seeing no other discussions, we will call the vote. I'm sorry. It's only because it's a legal procedure.
Confirm.
All right, ayes have it, so moved.
Moving on.
All right, moving on. We are wherever we're at. Where are we at? All right, where are we? 6A, Councilman Sweetser.
Your turn.
Anything for tonight?
Yes, just one small thing. Last Friday, we had the kickoff meeting with DAG for the Lanier Park. It went very well. I don't have much of an update. We are waiting on the wetland survey, multiple other entities to come in on that, and then we'll have a better purview of what we're going towards. I am going to go before Parks and Recreation on the 25th and give them an update and show them what we've got so far. And as we move along, I'll keep everybody updated and let you know how it's going.
All right, thank you so much.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Councilman Guile, anything for tonight?
No, sir. Thank you very much for asking.
Come on, why not? All right, Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. Ex-Mayor Jarvis talked about the speed limit they're trying to impose on vessels fishing in the Northern Gulf. The county had an emergency meeting and voted on a resolution to oppose that. I suggest that we bring a resolution back at the next meeting and support the county and our charter fishermen and anybody else that's out there fishing. I'll make a motion to that effect.
I'll second it.
And we got everyone second. All right.
Can I speak to that real quick?
Jump
Just
on
out
in.
of that, as I would 100% support that. It is a huge detriment to our community. I mean, it handcuffs us in such a way that
Those whales aren't here.
I hadn't been out there as much as Gary, but I've never seen any. I've been out there a lot, and I ain't never seen a whale. But it handicaps us and is an incredible detriment to our entire economy if that goes into effect. So I'm in total support. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. It's in danger.
Putting on my other hat, I'll read something from the recently passed NDAA in the House of Representatives. The committee notes that the Gulf of Mexico is home to the Eastern Gulf Test and Training Range and is vital for the United States' national security and military readiness. The committee is concerned that any petition on a proposed rule to protect Rice's whales from collisions with vessels and noise pollution must include input from throughout the federal government on the impact to U.S. national security and maritime safety. The committee believes the speed restrictions could have consequences for U.S. military preparedness in the Gulf of Mexico. Accordingly, and it goes on, but it's not just the council, or you have two representatives, both Mr. Dunn and Representative Gates, who voted for this, and it passed, and it is part of the NDAA, and it will have to be considered before they put that rule into effect.
Very good.
Good deal. I'm glad the military's on our side. All right, calling the vote, seeing no other discussion. All right, let's keep the votes going.
Mayor, the amount of public testimony we had on the situation out at the end of Norrego Point made it pretty clear to us tonight that it's something of great concern to those folks out there, and I would suggest that we get our land use attorney and Lance to meet with some representatives and see if we can come up with some temporary fix, because it is a temporary fix. When they get the park built and the bathrooms are in and the parking's back, then that part of the problem will go away. But I would like to, at the rate we're going, we've still got a year, maybe longer. We need to do something to try to address some of these, the time that people are out there, the porta toilets, if we can put them on the right of way. I'm still kind of puzzled how we've closed a public parking lot at the end of the right of way there and fenced it off. I don't remember us ever taking that action. Anyway, we need to get together, and so I'll move that we ask those two individuals to meet with some representatives, some of the folks that were here tonight, and see if we can come up with something to address their issues.
Motion is second. Any further discussion, Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, I have that on my list also, because even when we open the restrooms and have the parking, we're going to have the same issue.
Yeah.
So what's our solution for the best idea I heard was put a gate up there, close it off at night, put an armed guard in a tower. No, she didn't say that, but yeah.
That could be it.
But when you bring us back a recommendation, not only for the near term, but I want to know what the long-term solution, when there is parking out there and there's cars out there and we close it at dark and there's still 8 cars parked out there, or, and they don't have a bathroom because that's locked. And so now they're still going to the back. I want to know what the solution, because right now we don't have a solution. And I think just building the thing, they said, oh, when it gets built, close it till it gets built. That doesn't solve, you're going to have the exact same problem. So I want to know what the solution is to police that park, and both before construction, during construction, and after construction. Thank you.
Yeah, and you're right. They will still, some of them will not be happy.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for them, there's a 1,600-foot park out there and was there when they built.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Hebert.
No, I was just
Yeah.
gonna say, I'm all in favor of us doing something, because those residents don't need to be dealing with this now or in the future. So, yes, so let's definitely take a vote.
Awesome. All right, no further discussion. Calling the vote. All right, ayes have it. All right. Anything else, Councilman Bagby?
My only thing is I want to apologize to Tamara for mispronouncing her name at the last meeting. We've had a couple of workshops, but everybody wasn't here, and of course now this late at night, nobody's here again. But it's on the record. I apologize, and I know it's Tamara that rhymes with camera. Thank you.
That's what I used. All right, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to spell out the amount of work and the amount of emails and the amount of responses that Tamara takes care of now that we have her fully engaged. I think she's doing an awesome job, and I really wanted to make it public that we really appreciate what you're doing to help us, help our citizens get answers and get answers that make them feel better about what they were worried about. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Awesome. All right, Councilman King.
Nothing for me tonight. Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna go before Kevin because it's gonna take. I was kidding.
It's okay.
Jump on in.
Yeah, I know. I will try to be very quick, but there are a couple
some
of
good
things
update.
I do want to get on. The first, I'll just like to make a motion, direct staff to come back with suggestions for dealing with construction parking plans for residential developments, and I can explain more if you'd like.
Please.
Second.
Motion a second.
The plan is that we don't have a plan for residential construction developments. Where to park temporarily, where to put your construction materials, where to put tractors, staging, all of that. So I think we should get a plan. I'm hoping staff can bring it back.
Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, I'm happy to have staff bring it back, but having overseen the construction of 90% of Rosemary Beach, the first 20 houses in a section, it's not a problem. But it's when they get their house built and their contractors park everywhere. But then once they get built, it's like, oh no, you gotta make those guys park, half a mile away and you can bust them in and stuff. I mean, I'll be interested to see what the staff brings back, but I'm a strong skeptic, having lived this and people yelling, and it's like, ma'am, your contractor parked on 3 vacant lots. There's only 1 vacant lot now, and they're building. So we'll see what they bring.
Councilman Guile.
I will warn, if you get too prescriptive, people will stop bidding. Alice Beach, I won't bid another job down there because they want you to walk to the project. They want you to park away and then walk over to the project. I know a lot of other contractors have refused to work down there because of it. So if we're too prescriptive, we may end up shooting ourselves in the foot.
All right, good to know. All right, motion a second, call on the vote.
Great, thank you all. I appreciate it. Beach flag safety is going to be continued for next meeting. Ray, if you could push that over. Noriega Point erosion, I just would like to ask and thank staff for going out there recently. It's continuing to erode at the end of Noriega Point. The wooden fences that are there or not there and things like that are continuing to go away. It's a lot of traffic for boats and all of it. So I would just continue to encourage staff to keep trying to keep it locked down as best as possible for safety reasons and the erosion reasons. And if there's anything that they need from council, please let us know. Last thing, Publix meeting update. I just would like to share briefly if I could. I'll try not to take too long. I'll give you a quick snapshot. I'm sure you've seen some letters, some notices. Cliff Notes version. We had 2 local people. We had 2 members from the Harbor Properties Company here in person, as well as some staff members. And we had about 3 or 4 members from Publix on a call. We found out during this meeting that for about 1.5 years or so, the people that are wanting to develop apartment complex have been working on a deal with Publix for about 1.5 years on this deal. So it's kind of been something that they were already planning on, working out. I told him some history, told him why I was there and on y'all's behalf, and shared with them some of the strategic visions and the critical priority item that we have on our strategic vision, as well as some community members' input as well. And when it was all said and done, I think the couple takeaways. One, they didn't just say, yeah, let's go build exactly what you guys want. They didn't say that really at all. They basically said that they currently have a plan to build 208 apartment complexes, and their plan is to make it look just like Publix's architects, Publix landscape, and Publix's everything, and that they hope to do that with our support. They brought up that the 20% non-residential component is not something that they are planning or wanting to follow. It's not something that they're currently planning to follow. They're not too thrilled about it. They've been through customary use before. They've been through all of the municipalities before, so they feel like they can get through this one too. But they asked, and staff and attorney both reiterated what the council has done in regards to that. Mr. Steve O'Connor reiterated the opportunity that was given to Publix in the beginning to make it a master plan, and they said no, so it's two separate parcels. And then before I ask for y'all's support, I will say, in case you didn't see it, about an hour before the meeting, we got a letter from for both of them, from the apartment developers, who, let me remind you, currently are not under contract with Publix, okay? They don't own it yet. But in his letter, he was very excited to meet with us, and we were all happy about that. He did say in the very end of his letter, I'll read it, that we are hopeful that the city of Destin would consider amending Publix's development order, which allows for a single phase of development versus a two-phased approach, whereby we can count Publix's commercial retail square footage towards the non-residential square footage requirement. So, I understand a month ago, 2 months ago, there was still kind of some vagueness. I still think there is some vagueness. And I personally still feel that we have somebody who's wanting to do something, that it still is going to be an uphill battle for them. And I still believe that we can work with them, or we can work with somebody else to do something that would benefit the city. So if there's any questions, I can answer your questions. If there's no questions, I'm going to make a motion to do something, and we can go from there. But since I was there on y'all's behalf, I'll answer any questions if you have. I know it's late. But.
I just got a basic one, probably more for the city staff. First of all, thank you. That's
Sure.
awesome. I appreciate the update. So when they were coming to us, it was a public hearing, and they said that they had no idea what they wanted for phase 2. It was going to be grass for a couple years. I mean, was that under oath? Does it really matter?
Their DO
Okay.
essentially states that. They came in with the idea that they would take, technically it is currently 2 parcels. It's just there's the one parcel that's in the middle of the one kind of splits it, so it's weird configuration. But the idea is to take, I believe it's 11 acres on the east side and 8 acres or so plus or minus on the west side, and that's the parcel that we're discussing right now for the apartments. And there's nothing in the current DO that states what that will be. And there's no mention in the current DO on how they're going to develop the Publix, and that it would be considered as part of any percentage towards the commercial, or I'm sorry, the non-residential requirement, the 20% for the town center mixed use zoning district. So there's nothing in the DO currently that states that that's an allowance, and per council's intent, and that discussion was very clear that the council wanted mixed use buildings, and so the 20%'s got to be part of the building, if it's a residential use.
Gotcha. So they heard us, but then they were trying to do something else. It seems like we were very clear from the beginning on this. So I was just kind of making sure. So I guess the only thing I have is thank you guys for being proactive and having these teeth in place. So I appreciate you guys doing everything you did to make this possible, so that we actually have a leg up for once. So thank you for that. Up first, Councilwoman Hebert.
Thank you, Mayor. And Kevin, thanks for representing us. My question is there like a team in the Publix portion that is like an attorney that has understood what our city codes, requirements, expectations are, or are they kind of just sort of like, we've done this before, we've railroaded what we wanted and we've done what we want? I mean, what's...
Well, my answer to that would be that Publix was on the phone, and they probably said all of about 3 to 5 words the entire time. It's 2 separate teams, 2 separate businesses. They've dealt with Publix before, but This particular parcel, as Mr. O'Connor just said, is, Publix is wanting to sell it. But they're wanting to work together and design it all together. So I hope that kind of answers your question.
Okay, so they're kind of trying to sell the parcel to people that are going to build apartments.
They're going to work together.
Versus letting the city have it and create a center. Is that kind of your thought, your takeaway as well?
That's what they are currently doing. They're currently wanting to sell it to these people because of maybe the relationship. I can only assume they've done it before. And that's the deal they've been working on for a year and a half now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for helping.
Councilman Guile.
Sir, you're very articulate. I know you probably asked them this, and you may have just mentioned it, but my narcolepsy probably kicked in at some point. Did you have a discussion with them at any point or time that if the city will not support it, the multifamily dwelling, what they are planning to do with that property instead?
So I gave facts of the current code and what this current council has put into place with the non-residential component. And I gave facts about the previous council with the conditional use. And I gave facts about the city's vision and the community's vision. And that if the direction for them, which they have all the rights and they have all rights available to them to come to us, I did state that it's looking like it will be a very long uphill battle with the council and the community to do what they were wanting to do.
If they lose the option, did they talk about any alternatives at all?
No.
So they just think they're going to win?
They would have to have multiple applications, and this is very preliminary. They would have to have a subdivision application, a conditional use application, and a major development order, all of which would come to you. So they haven't submitted any of that yet. We had this preliminary discussion exactly the way Councilmember Schmidt described it, but they have not gotten to the point of, if this gets turned down whenever we make all of these applications, what are we going to do? They did say that during the process, if it was taking a long time, they were going to possibly just landscape the site and wait.
That's what they promised originally. Councilman Destin? Yeah, Councilman Destin, you're up.
Our consultants who came and talked to us about the city center said we needed 11 acres. 11 acres is what they've got left. That means city center and no apartments. I don't think that they're really going to be in favor of doing that, most likely. And so I'm not sure where we're going with this until they come to a point where they think that's a good idea. Publix, of course, would like the 208 apartments. Those are customers that can walk and won't even have to have parking to get into Publix. So we won't face that dilemma. It won't be a limited service Publix, hopefully. So we, at this point, I don't know what we're going to do, other than just sit back and wait and let them put in their applications.
Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, I just want to make sure. So if Publix and their partner comes back and says, oh, you know what? We actually want to do this as one development order, would it then meet all the requirements if with, what'd y'all say, 208 apartments or so? I don't know. But would it meet all the requirements?
That would require a major development order deviation, which would come to this body for that approval.
And the deviation, because they'd have the 20%, right?
Because they have a DO that only talked about Publix.
Right,
And
only
nothing
talks
else.
about the 8 acres, but
So
what I'm
they-
saying, if they say, you know, we want to do the whole 19 acres or
You
whatever.
have to get a major DO amendment.
Okay, but, hang on, because we've already proven tonight that if it's allowed, you know, we're gonna probably vote for it. So my question's very specific. If they do that, will they have met the 20%, all the requirements for a DO amendment?
Well, we don't have any plans, so I don't know
Yeah.
if they would meet it. Maybe you're asking if there's any potential for them to meet it, if Publix was counted as the 20%.
Right.
And if they had master planned it that way and done it all at once, depending on the size of the new development in relation to Publix, maybe, in theory, they could have met it. Yes.
Okay.
One Publix, 280.
All right. I'll wrap it up then. And Mr. Destin, answer your question, a couple questions. These, city center with apartments was an option. That was what was presented. 208, no. This particular company needs 208 to be financially successful, and they made that very clear. In that 208 preliminary plans that they said they would love to share, and they'll probably be reaching out soon, they don't have this 20% currently there. So there is a potential problem here. So what I'm going to ask is to direct the land use attorney to work with Mr. Mayor to write a letter on the behalf of the city council to reiterate to the developer and to Publix the council's stance on what can happen here. And you guys should have seen a draft already. And you might say, why didn't you just do that, Kevin? Sure, Kevin Schmidt did, and I get that. But I just think that, one, Publix didn't make a single comment on that call. And there's a possibility that with the united front as a city council and a mayor, that we can show them one more time that we are serious and that just in case, you guys know that there's a possibility here, so.
Second.
I'll second.
If that's the send the draft we've all reviewed, then I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. I appreciate it.
All right, calling the vote.
Thank y'all.
Ayes have it.
Thank you for
I
your
got a letter.
patience. Sure.
Diligence with this.
Did they ever give you a number, like what the development was gonna buy for that? I mean, probably not. That seems like some confidential number of like what Publix is willing to sell it for. I was just seeing if there was a base number.
Nope, no number was given. But they have plans for that acreage only and nothing beyond that. And so, yeah.
All right, good deal. Thank you. All right, well, you know what? Sorry, guys. We are over the 10 p.m. I lost it. You guys, again, listen, I am just an optimistic, and every day is going to be a 10 p.m. or under. I have nothing.
All right, I'll try to do mine as quickly as possible.
No,
So
I've already
one-
lost. You can take as much time as you like.
1 Harbor Boulevard, so as you know, because I emailed you, we received a counteroffer from the seller. We had given them a final offer of $8.5 million. They've come back and said $9 million is the absolute lowest they would go. So I will defer to the council if they want to accept or reject that counteroffer. And I also need to point out that Jim Green requested to speak because this was discussed by the Harbor CRA, and I discussed it at the beginning of the meeting with the mayor, and I think he's okay with Jim just
Yeah,
coming
Jim,
up.
please. Name and address.
All right, so Jim Green, 824 North Lakeside. I wanted to speak to it because it was brought to our attention at our last Harbor CRA meeting last week, and as you know, those run kind of late too sometimes, like almost 2.5 hours, similar to this meeting at times. And it was brought to us, and we talked about, and we actually made a motion to request the council buy the property, put an easement on it in perpetuity, and then look to sell it back. That way we had an easement for the phase 2 of the boardwalk project. Because it was so late, and after reflecting on this and this is my request, and I can't, because as you know, we can't talk to other members. I think that the council should buy this piece of property with the intent of public use, and then let us explore that, because I think there's a lot of potential with this piece of property. I think it could check a lot of boxes off, and I do have some plans for that, but I think it's a little early to discuss such things. I think that once we do get into that part, the Harbor CRA, we could have a lot of support for a lot of different things this piece of property could check off. So I just wanted to speak to that because there is a motion, and this kind of contrary, it's a little contrary to that motion, but it was it was late in the night and it all kind of caught us off guard. So I think that going forward, buying the property, looking for a public use, I think will be very beneficial. And I think the Harbor CRA would be, our committee would be really willing to help dive in and find a lot of things that this could help with. So,
Right, thank you so much.
Thank you for,
Kevin, do you have a question for Green? Or? All right, Councilwoman Abear.
I was just going to ask you, and
Okay.
this is just part of, you know, like that whole spitballing thinking. Is your committee's thoughts to do something with it like that, the venue over in Fort Walton Beach where they've got that building on top, sort of like a community center, and then it goes sloping down, you got tables and chairs to watch the sunset, and then at the very bottom, they've got boats that can pull up and park there?
yeah,
I mean,
so.
is it something in like, line like that? Because I think that would be perfect without taking away the view of, you know, the water.
We didn't get too far into that part. It was more into the financial part and concerns there. But, and I think it's early. In my ideas, I have some ideas I'll share them with you individually, but I think it's premature to bring that out in a public forum like this. But I do believe, whether my ideas or everybody else's input is used, I think there's a lot of benefit to having that parcel under the city's control and for the public use.
So can I make the motion for,
You guys can make a motion. I will just say 2 qualifications to it. Whether you make a motion to approve or deny the counteroffer. If you approve it, please make it subject to a purchase agreement that we'll bring back at the next meeting. And if you vote to approve it, please note that it would be for a public purpose if that's your intent. We could decide on what that is later, but whether we are going to use it for, you know, a private or public purchase will affect how we pay for it.
I will make the motion to do what our land use attorney just said and not say it again because I don't want to mess it up. So,
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Councilman Schmidt, do you have any further discussion?
he wanted to make the motion.
So, and it's just straight up, there's no, it's just,
Thank you, Jeff.
just wants the 9? The offer just being 9?
Flat.
Flat 9?
That's the dollar amount, yes.
Okay. All right, yeah, we got a couple of people. Councilman Destin's up first. Yeah, you, quick to the draw.
I'm fast with that button. I can't imagine what would be more of a public purpose than this piece of property. Every one of us to drive that way and see that view, understand what the value it is. This will be the first thing, in my opinion, or the most important public purpose we've done in the CRA. We redid Mountain Drive. That's good, but we owned Mountain Drive. We did the Harbor Walk, which was good, but that was property already owned too. With this acquisition, we're actually adding a parcel of property that has just tremendous value for the public purpose that we want to achieve, which is preserve that view and preserve that piece of property.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, I'm probably not in favor of 9 million. I'm probably in favor of 8.5 million. I'll figure that out here shortly. But Steve, I asked Steve, because what I learned from this process is we don't communicate very well. Because most of the people who came up to me, you know, with their hair on fire, I think everybody in this city wants us to buy this property. Every single person. But some of them want us to buy it because they don't want another Emerald Grand there. And I'm like, ma'am, they can't put another Emerald Grand. Yes, they can. I heard and somebody came up, they're going to put a car wash there. And I go, if you can show me somebody, well, that was on the Facebook post that was, you know.
I haven't been on
people,
Facebook in a month.
yeah.
Y'all tired me
It was
out.
like, somebody's going to spend $9.5 million to buy a lot that you can't access from the west, okay, to put a car wash on there. I don't think so. So I asked Steve to just put together a little, just what actually can be put on that lot, because I have heard so many so much misinformation and disinformation. I don't know if it was from the people selling or people just guessing or whatever, but what can be put on that lot as it currently exists?
So, what's that?
Our city sign.
And we're just going to preface this by saying this would be the maximum someone could put on, assuming the code was met and without having reviewed any specifics. So this
Right.
is all hypothetical, theoretical, and gives nobody any rights to do anything.
What a lawyer.
Thank you for that caveat. I was going to provide something similar to it, but since it's coming from from Kim, it's more official than me. So first of all, planning staff developed zoning fact sheets per zoning district that lays out all the dimensional standards for the zoning districts and then the permitted and conditional uses. There is one specific for this zoning district, South Harbor Mixed Use, that can be pulled up via the new interactive zoning map. Also, it can be pulled up on the zoning page under the planning division's website. So there's a whole litany of uses that can be done, whether dwelling or non-residential. Specifically, though, for this one with residential is what Councilman Bagby asked me to really dwell into. So to recap, the zoning district is South Harbor Mixed Use. The acreage is approximately 1.6. It has approximately 250 feet plus or minus of water frontage. And that comes into play when we're talking about slip density, dock length, anything of that sort. So with the South Harbor Mixed Use, the maximum density allowed in that district is 24 units per acre. So multiply 24 by 1.6, you get 32. So the maximum 38. So the maximum density for dwelling units, and this also includes a hotel, because we calculate hotels the same way, as far as units, the same way that we do a multifamily development. So it'd be 38 units max. The maximum height would be 50 feet or 4 stories, and a parking garage level would be counted in that. So if they provided a parking garage level or an below parking below that, that would be 1 story, and then 3 levels of units above that, that's all that they would be allowed. And then the open space requirement's 25%. Open space, the way it's defined currently, is there's a lot that's calculated towards open space. It's not landscaping. It's other things that don't include vehicular use areas. So beyond that, that's about it when it comes to dwelling units and development. It's the lots just to the south of that, Andy.
Come on, Andy, what, you knew?
Right there. Yep. Yep, that right there. Those lots. So if anyone has any questions on that information.
What was the height, the story for?
50 feet or 4 stories.
And one of those stories would be, if it's parking, that would count as one of the stories.
Yep.
So it'd only be 3 stories above that. And 38 units. So there is no Emerald Grand going in there. There is no, 200-unit apartment complex or 200-unit hotel. That's not possible. Yeah.
That's not possible as of today's codes and
Yeah.
chart and all that, right? I'm just,
Right. Yeah.
anything's possible if something changes, right? Right, that's based off of today's.
Yeah,
So-
but that change
So-
would have to be approved by.
I
by
get you,
council,
but
so,
it's not
yes.
impossible.
Correct.
It
Okay.
is impossible unless you find 4 votes up here, and I got 4 people up here that say
You
they
might
want to
not be here
allow
20 years from now
200
for the
units.
third time.
200 units in there, yeah. So that's the main thing that I want, because that affects the value that somebody else is willing to pay. Which is why I think, 10 nobody, if they could have sold it at 10 million, they would have already sold it at 10 million, because when you do the math for 38 units, you got to make a lot of money to pay that. Yeah, he's on there. You're just covered up by the map. So that's why I believe 8.5 million was a more than fair offer. I get that everybody wants it. I want it too, but at some point, you know, it's more. The other thing that I'm wrestling with is if we buy this, and we probably will, in my mind, this is our town center. The town center goes back to where it was 20 years ago before the Emerald Grand was built, where we have the library in that area, we have the community center in that area, we have the museum in that area, we have this parcel in that area, we have the substation with the fire department in that area, and that becomes our town center. And then we kind of let Publix do whatever Publix wants to do, because there's not enough money to be buying this and developing this and develop something over by Publix. So that's what I'm wrestling with. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Guile, then King.
Thank you. So my comment is, I've received a bunch of emails, and if I vote wrong way, it's everybody out there's fault. Because in those emails, nobody ever specified a price limitation, and not one person told me not to vote for us to purchase that. So every single email that I received said, we want that property with no limitations. So I'm going to vote that way, and if it's the wrong way, it's because that's what you all told me to do.
Councilman King.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I would agree with the same thing. I think that there has got to be a cap. I think we've all discussed that and talked about that, and we all understand the basic laws of real estate pretty well. Do we have a time of acceptance for this counteroffer? Do we have a written counteroffer in hand, and is there a time for acceptance?
Well, I would say, I'm sure, I know for a fact they're watching tonight, so they're expecting that decision. If it didn't come tonight either way, I'd have to ask them, but we were not given a specific time frame. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. We're going to talk about the price first, and then I'll move on to part 2 of this.
So the point I would like to make is that time is never your ally in a real estate transaction, period. You know, time is rarely your ally in a real estate transaction. You know, this property used to be worth $500,000. You know, Mr. Destin's property over there on the bay used to be worth $50,000. Would you sell your property for $50 grand? Probably not. And in 10 years, I think when we look back on this, we're say, man,
That was smart.
that was a smart move. And speaking of perpetuity, that's ours forever.
Yeah.
You know, we can do like Jimbo, Mr. Green said. You know, yeah, you know, you can carve out the right of way that you need, the easement that you need, whatever, and we can sell this to sell part of it to another owner that we decide. But I think that in the spirit of time is not your friend, now is the time.
Councilman Destin.
One quick question that occurred to me. I am a property owner within 300 feet. Now that I still have 2 city attorneys to ask rather than one, do either of you think that is any kind of a conflict of interest for me?
I don't.
No, not on that basis.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Councilwoman Aber, any further discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to let it be known on the record that, like Tori, I'd gotten so many emails, people saying, you know, it's an overpriced property, but it's a piece of property we want at the city. We want to be able to stand there and see what we all live here for. So I'm just proud that we can get this done and get it done on my watch.
What was the appraised value?
6.
The most recent appraised value was at 8.2, and the one prior, the average of the 2 was 8 million.
Okay, so that's what we're going to go off of for the supermajority since
You
it's
do
over?
need a supermajority vote.
Okay. All right, well, Bagby, I'm sorry I
And
don't have a
again,
vote.
just because Councilmember King mentioned potentially selling and easements, I want to be clear that the intent at this time would be for a public purpose and not to sell to a private entity. Is that correct?
Forgive me, absolutely.
All right, let's seal the fate. Call the vote. Buying it for 9 for public use only is the motion on the table. Ayes have it, so moved. Oh, look at that, he caved.
Emails.
He was the one no vote. All right, part 2, apparently.
Okay, so the second part of this is that we are asking council for directive to amend the land development code to establish RV parks as a conditional use in the TCMU zoning district. And let me be completely transparent on this. This is a request of the seller of that property, who also owns property on 98 next to Big Kahuna's, where they would like to put an RV park. But with that being said, with this LDC amendment, I've said very clearly to the seller that this would not make them any guarantees with respect to any particular development on that process, on that property, that we would process the code amendment, and that if it is approved, they would still have to come to council for a conditional use, and they would have to meet code. Now, this code amendment would also apply to anybody else in that zoning district that wants to come in with that conditional use. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Can I just say, I'd like to make a motion to do what you said, because an RV park off of 98 right in that property area is way better than a whole bunch more townhomes.
The motion is to amend the LDC to create a
Second.
conditional use for an RV park.
All right, up first. I got a motion and a second. We got that?
That motion is to go forward with the process.
With the process.
Amend the code. They have not filed any application with us yet.
We will have these hearings.
Be at least 3 public hearings. There would, for the text amendment, it would go to LPA first, followed by 2 meetings at the city council just to amend the LDC. After that, if they decide to actually make an application, they would need to come back to council again for a conditional use and major development order.
All right, so I got a motion and a second. I got several discussions, so everyone hold your vote. Councilman Sweetser?
All right, so I know in the beginning when you think of an RV park, but the one that they did over on the island, I went and drove and looked, and I actually drove past it a few times because I didn't realize that it was an RV park because it was so nice. Also, I'm going to be the last one to ever change a land development code for anything non-residential north of 98. But this is a good plan. A lot of people are no longer staying in the condos. They would prefer to RV because of COVID, whatever disease or bed bug thing that's happening that year. They're more prone to that. And I think that it would be very good, and we support it. And we also could use a potential portion of that for the linear park if they agree once we go forward. So there's a lot to this one that I support it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I was looking at the linear trail, and we definitely could use their cooperation with some easements.
Yep. You hear that, Joe Bruner? Thank you.
Well, Mayor, if you want to get into that specific, just because I'm sure they are watching, if you want to get into a little bit more about the easements that you might request as conditions on the use.
Yeah, I mean,
if they make an application.
For sure, yeah, just for the transparency. So just going over the preliminary designs, I think, Ryan, this was your conceptual, so not engineered, but we definitely need to veer south from the main power line easement there. And so, I mean, from the drawings here, we need a 100-foot easement across all parcels from what would, I guess, be this RV park all the way through to the additional outside parking of Big Kahuna. So the additional parking of Big Kahuna's butting up to the east side of South Meddy Kelly Boulevard, I guess the west side. So really the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, if all parcels are accurate here, everything y'all own there, I need about 100 feet to make this linear trail work. And I think this would be a great amenity for anyone staying in an RV.
Yep.
So I hopefully it's a win-win. I think so.
And they're listening.
And yeah, so I mean that's just kind of the very beginnings of that, but that's kind of what we're looking at on our side from a easement of it all. So I'm sure you guys will show them this later on, but that's kind of what we're looking at. I know Matthew's our legislative sponsor, and we're going forward with this. It was appropriation bill money, so we're definitely going forward with this. No road, but I think this linear trail pathway is going to be an amazing connectivity for the locals and for anyone on these parcels. So that's something I hope, in the spirit of cooperation and community, that we can really come together and do together. So that's where I'm at. Councilman Schmidt? Good. Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, so when this comes back, I want to know exactly, under the current code, what could be put there, so we don't have the same gun held to our head. You know, people telling us no more Emerald Grands, no more 400 apartment complexes if 400 apartments can't be put on that parcel. I want to know exactly what can go there, what the height is, you know, what the open space requirement. So we don't have this misinformation or disinformation of, oh, they're going to put, you know, whatever scares people the most next week. Thank you.
All right, any further discussions? My light is down, so I will call the vote. All right, let the community collaboration begin.
Okay, my last one, this should be quick. I am going to call for an executive session to be held on August 7th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. in the case Destin Fishing Fleet, Inc. versus City of Destin, BI Inc., Dewey Destin's Harborside and 200 Harbor Boulevard, LLC. It's case number 2019 CA 002599, and the entire council and mayor would be present, along with Lance, the city manager, Kyle, myself, and insurance defense legal counsel for the city.
All right, and you need that in a motion?
Please.
All right.
I'll make that motion.
All right. Yeah, seeing no further discussions. Ayes have it, we got another meeting.
Thank you. That was it for me.
All right, my agenda's dead, so.
Nothing
Anything
for me,
else?
just appreciate the time, last 5 years. So
Oh,
thanks,
man,
guys.
no, we appreciate your time. All right, seeing that, I will call this meeting adjourned. Oh, that's what I'm saying, I'm dead without my laptop's dead, I don't have an agenda in front of me. All right, at this point, if anyone here is wanting to speak for public comments, this is your time to do so.
Regarding RV park, I would like you to look at the level or class of RV that's allowed in that park, so we don't allow tent camping or something like this that's can happen. So I think we need to put some restrictions on that, and staff knows. I don't know the classes of them, but I just know the big nice ones is what I'm talking about. Okay. And the other question I have, and since I can't talk to Jim, I didn't know what his idea was, but we don't want the harbor CRA to go away. Okay, so in doing the 9 million, you've hamstrung us. So somehow we're going to have to figure out a way to get on to phase 3, which is the remainder of the boardwalk, as well as phase 2, which goes under. So any way y'all can look at finding us money or doing anything like that that we can use, we'd appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much. All right, public comments, if you guys still want to speak on anything else, this is your time to do so.
10:45.
All right, seeing none, I appreciate everyone being here, staff, citizens, and council. Meeting adjourned.